Congratulations and thank you for being here. Rahman's going to be in conversation with Ghulam Ansari, who is a Mapsekar and a fine scholar of Goa. He is a PhD student. And I am especially pleased that we have one of our favorites here at Goa Arts and Literature Festival and a national treasure, Dr. Hansda Soendra Shekhar, one of the finest writers of India. I highly urge you. We have had the pleasure of launching his first important book here. It's available outside. I urge you to please pay attention to Dr. Shekhar's writing in the future. Follow him closely. And he is going to be in conversation with Manoj Rupta about a wonderful book which he has translated from the Hindi, which riveted us last year with one of the best sessions when he read out a long session. So, in this same hall. So, congratulations to all and a big warm welcome, and let's launch the book. A big hand. Rajiv, they would like you to come as well. Please. This is Rahman. Request you. Please come. Okay. No, take this. Yeah, I take it. You take it. That's up. Two of them in the book upside down. You can see who the two are. Okay. That was the first place. Okay. He had it right. It's okay. Upside down, Jerry. It's upside down. Okay. Now you come with us. You got the picture? No. Got your picture? It is not incomplete. Yeah. Come, Jerry. Come. Okay. Now it's the official photo. Thank you. Guys, we will end bang on time. Yeah.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming. I am very happy to introduce Mr. Rahman Abbas, who is first of all a friend, and after that he is a novelist writing in Urdu, the author of the novels Nakhalistan Ki Talash, which was published in the year 2004, Ek Mamnua Mohabbat Ki Kahani, published in 2009, Khuda Ke Saaye Mein Aankh Micholi, which came in 2011, Rohzeen, published in 2016, Zindik, published in the year 2021, and Ek Tarah Ka Pagalpan, the book here, which was published in 2023. Rohzeen won the Sahitya Akademi Puraskar in the year 2018 for Urdu, and the English translation of Rohzeen, which was by Sabika Abbas Naqvi, it was longlisted for the 2022 JCB Prize for Literature. Rohzeen has also been translated into Hindi by Muhammad Rizwan Ansari, and in German by Almat Degner, and the German translation received the Lit Prom grant. These are some of the positive aspects of the literary life of Rahman Abbas, but there have also been certain accusations and trials and tribulations which he went through, and which maybe we'll discuss in this conversation. And in conversation with Rahman Abbas is Ghulam Ansari, who hails from Gaya in Bihar, but who grew up in Mapusa, Goa, here. And he is currently pursuing a PhD in economics from the BITS Pilani Goa campus. And Ghulam Ansari, he writes in Hindi, and his works have been published in Hans, Kathakram, Vagat, and other places. So without further ado, I think we should move on to this session. And this session will be in Hindi. If required, we can translate it into English. And how much time will be talking for? 20 minutes? Okay. So we'll take care to keep the last 10 minutes for an audience Q&A. So, Ghulam.
Thank you, Hansda. आदाब, नमस्कार। नॉवल पढ़ने के बाद जो गालिब का एक शेर मेरे जहन में कौंध गया, बस के दुश्वार है हर काम का आसा होना, आदमी को भी मैसर नहीं इंसान होना। तो इंसान जब शदीद पागलपन का शिकार होता है तो इंसान नहीं रह पाता। रहमान साहब, इस नॉवल की शुरुआत 2009 में हुई, एक ममनुआ मोहब्बत की कहानी, फिर इसके और भी एडिशंस आए और पिछले साल रेख्ता फाउंडेशन द्वारा इसका नए सिरे से पब्लिकेशन हुआ। तो मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि ये नॉवल लिखने का प्रोसेस कैसा रहा, क्या ज़रूरत पड़ी कि इसको आप नए सिरे से पाठकों के सामने लाएं और क्या चेंजेस आपने इस नॉवल में किए?
शुक्रिया अंजदा। हुआ ये कि 2004 में जब मेरा पहला नॉवेल पब्लिश हुआ तो जो मुस्लिम सेंसिबिलिटी जिसको हम कहते हैं वो बहुत नाराज हुई। एंड आरिफ नसीम खान वाज देन मिनिस्टर इन महाराष्ट्र, who was representing Muslim sensibilities and Maulanas. तो and R.R. Patil was home minister. So बीजेपी एंड शिवसेना के एमएलएस ने भी असेंबली में इस नॉवल पर ऑब्जेक्शन रेज किया था एंड कंसिक्वेंसली उसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि मुझे रिजाइन करना पड़ा फ्रॉम माय जॉब एंड आई वाज जॉबलेस एंड उससे भी कुछ नहीं हुआ तो फिर एफआईआर दर्ज हुआ एंड आई वाज इन अर्थर रोड जेल फॉर गुड 2 days। जेल में मुझे ऐसा लगा कि राइटिंग बहुत चैलेंजिंग जॉब है एंड यू हैव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज। और तब मैंने सोचा कि ये सब कुछ क्यों हो रहा है मेरे साथ। क्या एक किताब जो बहुत यानी मुख्तसर सी किताब थी, छोटी सी किताब थी, बमुश्किल 100 pages, and those 100 pages can trigger all these people to be against an author. So that day I realized कि writing can do something. तो मुझे फील हुआ कि ये सारे लोग जो मेरे खिलाफ हैं एंड द होल उर्दू मीडिया यू कैन से बहुत लिखा हमारे बारे में, बहुत खिलाफ लिखा हमारे खिलाफ। एट दैट टाइम आई वाज आल्सो डूइंग माय मास्टर्स इन इंग्लिश, तो मैंने थोड़ा सा अंग्रेजी लिटरेचर भी पढ़ रखा था। तो वहां जो आज़ादी थी वही उसी आज़ादी का हमने इस्तेमाल किया था। अब ये तो मुमकिन नहीं है कि मैं अगर आप बोसा ले रहे हैं किसी का तो मैं ये लिखूं कि हज करने जा रहे हैं। दिस आर 2 different थिंग्स। लेकिन खैर कुछ चीजें गवारा नहीं थी तो देन मुझे उसका अंदाजा हुआ कि ये सारा जो मुस्लिम सोसाइटी के अंदर ये जो नैरोनेस आई है ये कहां से आई है। एंड टू सर्च दैट आई रोट द अदर नॉवेल आफ्टर कमिंग फ्रॉम द जेल। आइडिया वही ख्याल मेरे जहन में आया था और उसी रात मुझे मंटो की बहुत याद आई थी जिस पर पहले इसी तरह के 5-6 केसेस हो चुके थे। तो उस पर मैंने उसके बाद मैंने एक आर्टिकल मंटो पे लिखा, मंटो की अजियत का एहसास, और उसके बाद ये नॉवल लिखना शुरू किया। ये नॉवल 2009 में छपा और इसके साथ फिर ट्रेजेडी हुई कि हमारे उर्दू वाले इससे नाराज हो गए। इस बार तो मौलाना नाराज नहीं हुआ लेकिन जो उर्दू के कल्ट फिगर्स थे, जो मेरे सीनियर्स थे, वो नाराज हो गए। एंड द रीजन इज दैट दिस नॉवल इज नॉट इन फेवर ऑफ उर्दू। दिस नॉवल कंसिडर उर्दू एज एन इन्वेजन इन कोकनी कल्चर। तो मेरी जो आयडेंटिटी है यानी माझी जी कोकणी है, यानी आम्ही चिपळूण वाली जी कोकणी बोलतो ती माझी मातृभाषा आहे, मराठीचा तिच्यावर असर आहे आणि माझी आईस माझो बापूस आम्ही घरात तीच कोकणी बोलतो। आता ती कोकणी बोली आहे, तिची लिपी नाही, पण ती मला एवढी अजीज आहे आणि मला एवढी प्यारी आहे, मी तिच्यासाठी आपला जीव देऊ शकतो, आपली जान दे शकतो। तर उर्दू किती पण गोड असली आणि उर्दूची किती पण मिठास असली, किती पण गोड असू दे उर्दू आपल्या जागावर, पण माझी जी माय बोली आहे ती माझी है। सो दैट वाज, ये जो नॉवेल का प्रोटैगनिस्ट है वो मराठी मीडियम से पढ़ा हुआ है और वो उर्दू को भी अलॉन्ग विद मेनी अदर थिंग्स, जो आइडिया जो उर्दू के साथ कोकन में आए हैं इन अर्ली 70s, उसको हम डिस्कस करेंगे। तो उर्दू वालों को भी ये नॉवेल नागवार गुजरा था, लेकिन उन्होंने ज्यादा कुछ किया नहीं। 2-3 राइटर्स ने, उनमें से एक का नाम तो मैं ले सकता हूं, अनवर कमर वॉज अ वेरी सीनियर फिक्शन राइटर। उन्होंने तो एक कोशिश किया था कि कैंपेन करेंगे। उन्होंने हमारे नॉवेल तो दूसरी कॉपीज नहीं खरीदी, उसी को जेरोक्स किया था और तकसीम किया था टू प्रोक सम पॉलिटिशियंस एंड अदर। बट वो ऑलरेडी उनको पता था कि मेरा एक केस चल ही रहा है, तो उन्होंने दोबारा दूसरा केस नहीं किया. बट देन द थिंग इज दैट ये द हार्ड कोर मुसलमान है, उसको मैं आई विल एडवाइज नॉट टू रीड. नहीं, वो पढ़ के चुप नहीं बैठेगा, ही विल ट्राई टू डू समथिंग, यू नो. तो वो रीजन था. और अब जब पाकिस्तान में ऑफर आया इसके पब्लिकेशन का, मैं 2 नॉवेल हैव ऑलरेडी पब्लिश, तो दे वांटेड टू पब्लिश दिस, सो आई सेड कि लेट मी रिवाइज इट. एंड आई रियलाइज कि मैंने कुछ गलतियां की थी पहले ड्राफ्ट में. एज अ राइटर यू इवॉल्व विद द टाइम एंड यू रियलाइज दैट यू हैव committed certain mistakes. Political narrative जो था वो राइटर की तरफ से टेक्स्ट में नहीं आना चाहिए था in my earlier draft. It should have been come from the protagonist point of view, not from the writer's narrative point of view. तो उसको मैंने थोड़ा सा कम किया. और कोंकणी के जो शब्द थे, अतः इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल कि मैं कोंकणी नॉवेल लिखूं कोंकण के बारे में, और वो पूरा कोंकणी है फ्रॉम 70 to 90 तक. तो अभी हमारे घर के ऐसे लग की जो दीवार है उसको हम दीवार नहीं कह सकते. अगर आप उसके लिए दीवार का शब्द इस्तेमाल करेंगे उर्दू में या हिंदी में तो गलती होगी. क्या हम उसको गड़गा कहते हैं ना. गड़गा इस पत्थर पर पत्थर रखे हुए हैं. सिर्फ जो पुराने कोंकण के घर है वो पता है. अभी पड़ी है, अभी किचन जो है हमारा वो पड़ी है, और उसको किचन कह के नहीं चलेगा, उसके लिए पड़ी का शब्द ही लगेगा. इस तरह जो कोर कोंकणी हमारे अल्फाज थे, तो मैंने सोचा पाकिस्तानियों को तो ये और प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा वहां उर्दू पढ़ने वालों को, तो मैंने उन लफ्जों के साथ उसका एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है थोड़ा, कि हमारे कोंकण के घरों में इसको ये कहते हैं, इसको ये कहते हैं, वटेदार है, मंगिलदार है, माले पर चढ़ने वाले के लिए अलग शब्द है. तो वो जो बेसिक कोंकणी शब्द थे उसका मैंने एक्सप्लेनेशन किया है. इस तरह से ये एक और थोड़ा नरेटिव भी कहीं कहीं चेंज किया है. और इस तरह एक इस नवंबर में ये छपा है नॉवेल, दोनों इंडिया में भी और पाकिस्तान में भी.
बहुत खूब. मोहब्बत पागलपन का सबसे संजीदा शक्ल है, ये इनके शब्द हैं. मोहब्बत से लोगों को बहुत परेशानी होती है रहमान साहब, क्योंकि मोहब्बत करने वाले ज़्यादा करके हम देखते हैं कि समाज ने जो स्टेटस को तय किए हैं उसको चैलेंज करते हैं. तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि उर्दू फिक्शन राइटिंग के हवाले से आप हमें बताने की कोशिश करिए कि मोहब्बत करने में दुश्वारियाँ हैं, ये तो हम जानते हैं, पर मोहब्बत जैसे संजीदा मौजू पर लिखना कितना मुश्किल हो जाता है. आपने कई बार इस बात का जिक्र भी किया है कि आप कहते हैं कि मेरे जहन में कोई भी उर्दू का बड़ा राइटर नहीं आता जिसने मोहब्बत जैसे संजीदा मौजू पर गंभीरता से कोई नावल लिखी हो. तो इस पर आप रोशनी डालिए और आप ये बताने की कोशिश करिए कि इस कमी को, इस खामी को कैसे आपकी नावल पूरा कर रही है.
लुक, आप एक भाषा में लिखते हैं, इट कैन बी कोंकणी, उर्दू, मलयालम, तमिल, लेकिन सारी दुनिया का जो साहित्य है यू हैव टू रीड दैट. और जब आप उसको पढ़ते हैं तो आपके पास कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट नॉवेल्स आते हैं, यू नो, फॉर एग्जाम्पल एना कारेनिना, मदाम बुवारी, लव इन द टाइम्स ऑफ कोलेरा. तो ये वो नॉवेल है जो लव स्टोरीज को अपने तौर पर शानदार तौर पर बयान करते हैं. इन कंपैरिजन टू ऑल दिस नॉवेल्स, आई मीन उर्दू की हिस्ट्री तो बहुत छोटी है. इट्स 110 years और 125 years. एंड उर्दू में जो नॉवेल लिखना शुरू हुए हैं, दोज वर कॉपी पेस्ट फ्रॉम दैट टाइम अवेलेबल इंग्लिश सोर्सेस. सो इंग्लिश में अच्छा, फिर डिप्टी नजीर और इन लोगों ने जिन्होंने अर्ली स्टेज ऑफ उर्दू नॉवेल जो नॉवेल लिखे हैं वो काफी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है फ्रॉम माई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, बट फ्रॉम देयर एज, देयर टाइम, दे माइट हैव फेल्ट इट वंडरफुल टू राइट. इट्स ऑल अबाउट हाउ टू tell their girls and daughters to be good at your husband's place. It's nonsense almost. कि कैसे आपको अच्छा बन के रहना है, कैसे शौहर की खिदमत करनी है, कैसे खाना बनाना है, how you should be known as a really good बहू. And ये इस मुल्क का अजीब आदमी है जो अपनी बेटी के साथ यही उम्मीदें रखता है कि उसकी बेटी अच्छी बहू कैसे बनेगी. सो ये एक प्रॉब्लम मेरा ख्याल है कि हमारा पूरा एक हर तरह के समाज में भारत में पाया जाता है. इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि उर्दू में लव स्टोरीज की शुरुआत ही नहीं हुई सिवाय उमराव जान अदा के, बट दैट्स अ स्टोरी ऑफ एक्सप्लॉयटेशन रादर देन लव. उसके बाद प्रोग्रेसिव मूवमेंट का पूरा एक फेज आता है, एंड ऑल प्रोग्रेसिव राइटर्स लाइक मार्क्सिस्ट एंड कम्युनिस्ट एंड कॉमरेड्स, दे वर ऑल बिजी इन चेंजिंग सोसाइटी, सो दे हैड नो टाइम टू लव. अब जिन्होंने साहिर, मजरू, जिन्होंने फिल्मों के लिए नगमे लिखे, वो पैसे के लिए लिखे. अब साहिर की मोहब्बत का क्या हुआ था, अमृता प्रेम से पूछ लीजिए. मजरू साहब तो बड़ा वजाकता के आदमी थे, शायर थे. तो इस्मत को आपने देखा, इस्मत ने भी सोशल नॉवेल तो लिखा है, टेढ़ी लकीर, लेकिन रोमांस नहीं है उस तरह से. अब मेरे एज तक आते आते जिन लोगों ने, 2-4 लोगों ने लिखा भी है, तो उनके यहां प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि आप लिखते हुए अगर आपके अंदर थोड़ा सा भी पंडित, मौलवी या पादरी बचा है, तो वो रोमांस अच्छा नहीं लिख सकता, क्योंकि फिर आप पर्दा ले आएंगे, बुर्का ले आएंगे, वो सारी चीजें ले आएंगे, तो रोमांस लिखने के लिए आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ आदमी रहना पड़ेगा या औरत रहना पड़ेगा. द कोर आइडेंटिटी ऑफ योर बीइंग. सो अंटिल और अनलेस यू आर नॉट आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ एज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, जो एक दूसरे इंसान से या गैर इंसान से, यू कैन ऑल्सो लव डॉल्स और उसका अल्टरनेट से मोहब्बत कर सकते हैं. मोहब्बत के लिए मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता कि मोहब्बत के लिए किसी एक तरह का कोई चीज हम तय कर सकते हैं. तो मेरी अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ये है कि उर्दू में कम से कम देयर इज नॉट अ सिंगल नॉवेल विच इज सीरियस एट द सेम टाइम और किसी बहुत बड़े लेखक ने लिखा हो. और जो छोटे राइटर्स हैं, मुझे लगता है उन्होंने भी अच्छा नॉवेल नहीं लिखा, क्योंकि अगर वो अच्छा लिखते तो वो छोटे राइटर क्यों कहलाते हैं. So I mean, at least, I mean, that's a very serious point. I mean, if I see 100 years of Urdu fiction, there is not a novel about love. और ये प्रॉब्लम मुझे नहीं लगता कि उर्दू के बाहर दूसरी भाषाओं में होना चाहिए, लेकिन उर्दू में तो ये प्रॉब्लम हुआ है कि वी डोंट हैव नॉवेल्स ऑफ लव. और ये नॉवेल कमी पूरी करेगा या इससे पहले जो मेरा नॉवेल रोजी ने, मुझे नहीं पता. किताब की अपनी डेस्टिनी होती है, किताब की अपनी किस्मत होती है. राइटर के चाहने से कुछ नहीं होता है. If a book is good, it will create its own place in literature. If a book is not good, आप पूरी दुनिया को लेकर उसके साथ पब्लिसिटी का कैंपेन करो, book will not survive. Book can survive only on its own merits. So ये जो मैंने 2 नॉवेल मोहब्बत पर लिखे हैं, उस पर उसकी किस्मत मुझे नहीं पता. Time will decide whether it survives or not.
रहमान साहब, धर्म, जात और पात को लेकर तो हमारे समाज में कई अरसे से देखा जा रहा है कि दंगे हो रहे हैं, फसाद हो रहे हैं, कत्लो गारतगरी हो रही है. आपने भी इस नावल में के शुरुआत ही की है मोहनजोदाड़ो सभ्यता को लेकर, जिसमें आपने बताया है कि किस तरह से कत्लो गारतगरी हो रही है. और आप ये भी बताने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इतने 1000 साल बीत गए, फिर भी एक तरह का पागलपन, वहशी क्या कहते हैं, मानसिकता अभी हम पर हावी है. तो ये पूरा कालक्रम, ये पूरी क्रोनोलॉजी समझना कितना ज़रूरी हो जाता है, खासकर ऐसे दौर पे जब कुछ लोग ये नैरेटिव्स डेवलप करते हैं कि एक विशेष तबका समाज का खतरे में है. हिंदू समझते हैं कि हिंदू का वजूद खतरे में है, मुसलमान का मानना ये है कि उनका मुस्तकबिल खतरे में है. जबकि सच तो ये है कि कोई विशेष समुदाय खतरे में नहीं, बल्कि हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी सांस्कृतिक धरोहर खतरे में है. और ये खतरा बाहरी ताकतों की वजह से नहीं, बल्कि ये खतरा इसलिए है क्योंकि हम ये बात भूल रहे कि हम कौन हैं. तो इस पर आप कुछ रोशनी डालिए.
ये जो नया ड्राफ्ट है इसका, दिस स्टार्ट्स विद द सिन सिविलाइजेशन. तो उसका एक 2 मिनट का पैरा मैं पढ़ता हूं एंड देन आई विल डिस्कस अबाउट इट. ये वो दिन थे जब हर तरफ अफरा तफरी और दहशत फैली हुई थी. मोहनजोदारो, हरिपोया, मेहरगढ़ वगैरह में खौफ का माहौल था. अचानक घात लगाकर हमला किया जाता. हमलावर मकामी नहीं थे. उनका कद लंबा और जिल्द जर्द मायल थी. आंखों के बारे में कहा जाता था कि नीली सुरमई और सब्ज मायल हैं. उनके पास अपनी जबान, अपना तर्ज जिंदगी, अपने हथियार और अपना खुदा था. हमलावर कौम की खुशगुमानी थी कि वो महज़िब है, यानी सिविलाइज्ड है, और गुमराह दुनिया में तहजीब का अहिया उसका फरीजा है. यानी दे वांट टू चेंज द प्रीवियस वर्ल्ड और दे वांट टू इवॉल्व द सिविलाइजेशन. वादी सिंध की तहजीब इन हमलावरों के लिए कुफ्र और इल्हाद की तहजीब थी, जिसका खात्मा उनके खुदा की खुशनुदी और आदमी की बहबूदी के लिए ज़रूरी था. सो दिस गोज फ्रॉम द ऑल सिंध सिविलाइजेशन. पर जो आर्यंस या आर्यंस की तरह दिखने वाले लोगों ने जो पहले हमले किए थे, वहां से एक जोड़ा फरार होता है, जिसको कामरूप जो एक गांव है सिंध में, वहां से उस गांव वालों ने निकाल दिया है, तो वो पनाह ढूंढता ढूंढता गुजरात तक आता, और गुजरात का एक हिस्सा भी जो है वो इट वाज अ पार्ट ऑफ सिंध सिविलाइजेशन। तो वहां तक आता है तो उनको कोई पनाह नहीं देता है, क्योंकि वो लोग समझते हैं कि ये किसी और क्लास का होगा या ये जासूसी करेगा आर्यंस के लिए, तो वो उनको पनाह नहीं देते हैं। तो वो नर्मदा और दूसरी नदियां पार करके एक जगह पर पहुंचते हैं जहां पर घने जंगल और बारिश उनका स्वागत करती है, एंड दैट इज कोकन। और फिर ये यहां पर रहते हैं, एंड द स्टोरी स्टार्ट विद द कोकन। लेकिन अब तो तुमने सवाल किया, उसकी तरफ आते हैं। आई मीन और उसको मुझे लगता है कि जनरलाइज नहीं करते हैं हम, उसको कोकन सेंट्रिक करके बात करते हैं। देखिए आज का जो भारत का समाज है, इस पर कल काफी डिटेल में बात की है सर ने अपने स्पीच में। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं बात करूंगा कि मुस्लिम समाज के अंदर क्या प्रॉब्लम हुआ है। मेजोरिटेरियन जो पॉलिटिकल नैरेटिव है वो आपको पता है, सबको पता है, लेकिन मेरा नॉवल डिस्कस करता है माइनॉरिटी, स्पेशली कोंकणी माइनॉरिटी का जो इशू हुआ है इस नॉवल के साथ। 70 से पहले हमारे यहाँ कोई रिलीजियस ग्रुप नहीं था कोंकण के अंदर। 75 के बाद तबलीग जमात has entered into Konkan as they spread their version of Islam. अभी तबलीग जमात का जो इस्लाम का वर्जन है, आई कैन क्रिटिसाइज दैट वर्जन, आई एम नॉट क्रिटिसाइजिंग इस्लाम। किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का जो नैरेटिव होता है धर्म के बारे में, यू कैन क्रिटिसाइज दैट, यू आर नॉट क्रिटिसाइजिंग धर्म एक्चुअली। हर आदमी फ्री है तो एक आस्था रखने के लिए, आस्था नहीं होगी तो आदमी सुसाइड कर लेगा। आदमी अभी इतना मजबूत जानवर नहीं हुआ है कि वो बगैर आस्था के इस प्लानेट पे जी सके। सहारा चाहिए, और सहारे के लिए खुदा चाहिए, और ये खुद इंसान, मेरा पर्सनल ओपिनियन ये है कि इंसान ने ही ये सहारा खुद बनाया है जब उसने इस प्लानेट पर और अंधेरे में अपने आप को अकेला महसूस किया। तो कोई तो उसको चाहिए जो उसके पास नहीं है लेकिन उसका है, उसको देखता है। तो तबलीग जमात का जो वर्जन है वो काफी खराब वर्जन है, इट्स वेरी बैड वर्जन ऑफ इस्लाम, और बहुत ही नैरो वर्जन है। और इस वर्जन की वजह से कोकन का जो मुसलमान था वो जितना ग्रोथ कर सकता था, मुझे लगता है कि वो नहीं कर पाया है। ये वर्जन एक तो इक्वालिटी पर बेस्ड नहीं है, ये औरतों के ताल्लुक से और औरतों की जो आज़ादी है उसको कंप्लीटली कर्ब करता है। उनको तालीम, ये तो प्योरली एजुकेशन के भी खिलाफ है। वो भले ही उनके स्पीचेस में कुछ कहते हो, लेकिन मेरा प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस है कि वो एजुकेशन के भी खिलाफ है। मैंने उनको ये बोलते हुए सुना है कि तालीम हासिल करके भी क्या करोगे, तुम्हें थोड़े दिनों बाद मरना है और अपना जो कुछ तुमने यहाँ किया है उसका जवाब देना है। और वो बड़ी फख्र से कहते हैं कि हम अपने मीटिंग्स में जमीन के नीचे और आसमान के ऊपर की बातें करते हैं, वी डोंट टॉक अबाउट दुनिया। तो दुनिया में से रिलेट ही खुद को नहीं करते हैं, दे विल डेफिनेटली डिस्ट्रॉय यू विद देयर नोशन ऑफ जमीन के नीचे और आसमान के ऊपर। वो इस प्लैनेट पर रहना ही नहीं चाहते। तो मुझे लगता है तबलीग जमात इज अ वेरी बैड एक्सपीरियंस फॉर कोकन। कोकन का मुसलमान उसकी वजह से एक बड़ा सर्कल तरक्की से, एजुकेशन से उतना उभर नहीं सका, उसमें चांसेस नहीं मिल सके उसको, काफ़ी नैरोनेस आई है। 70 से पहले मैंने कोकन में एक भी औरत को बुर्का पहने हुए नहीं देखा था इन आर पार्ट ऑफ कोकन। 80 के बाद आप मार्केट में, व्हाट नॉवल ऑब्जर्व्स, 80 के बाद आप मार्केट में जाते हैं तो मुसलमान को आप आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, सफ़ेद कुर्ता पैजामा पहना है, दाढ़ी रखी है, किसी ने कम रखी है, किसी ने ज़्यादा रखी है, और टोपी पहना हुआ है, अलग अलग सा एक हुलिया बना लिया अपना रिलीजन को एक्सप्रेस करने का। मुझे लगता है कि ये पूरा प्रॉब्लमेटिक है, और इसकी वजह से समाज में एक तरह से वो नजर आता है, गैप नजर आता है। पहले जो सब कोकन का समाज था उसमें पता ही नहीं चलता था कौन हिंदू है, कौन मुसलमान है, कौन आदिवासी, कौन दलित, सब एक जैसे रहते थे। वो आपने यू वांट टू डिफरेंशिएट योरसेल्फ, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं कल्चर को अफेक्ट किया, हमारी बोली को तो अफेक्ट किया ही किया है। और जिस तरह से उर्दू स्कूलों का जाल बिछा है, अभी उर्दू स्कूल पढ़ना चाहिए, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम यू कांट हेट कोकनी, यू कांट डिसलाइक कोंकणी। आप बच्चों को पनिश नहीं कर सकते हो कि अगर वो स्कूल में कोंकणी बोलेगा तो आप उसको पनिश करोगे। आई मीन ये सब भी हुआ है। तो उर्दू भी प्रॉब्लम है, हिंदी भी प्रॉब्लम है, और इनके साथ जो इनके ईश्वर का जो वर्जन आया है कोंकण के लिए, मुझे लगता है दैट विल डेफिनेटली दैट्स गोइंग टू क्रिएट प्रॉब्लम फॉर कोंकणी सोसाइटीज, एंड दैट वाज द वेरी सीरियस कंसर्न ऑफ दिस नॉवेल। और वो नॉवेल इसको एड्रेस करता है पूरे पूरे थरोली, कोंकण कल्चर, कोंकण की हर एक एक चीज जो हमारी चीजें थी उसमें। एक और प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ कि 70s में ये सब कुछ होने के साथ साथ अर्ली 70s से कोंकणी आदमी और इवन गोवानीज भी जॉब करने के लिए गल्फ में गए। आई वॉज इन लेट 90s, आई वॉज इन बहरीन, तो काफी गोवानीज के कोंकणी के साथ हमने काम किया है। अब गोवा का जो गया है गल्फ के लिए, वो आते हुए मिठाई लेकर आएगा अपने बच्चों के लिए, कपड़े लेकर आएगा, खिलौने लेकर आएगा, बादाम पिस्ता साबुन भी लाते थे। मुसलमान इन सब के साथ अरबों का कल्चर भी लेके आता है, एंड दैट्स अनदर प्रॉब्लम। वो तस्बीह लाएगा बाप के लिए, मुसल्ला लाएगा मां के लिए नमाज पढ़ने के लिए, और बेटी के लिए जो है ना बुर्का लाएगा, और बीवी के लिए। और सिर्फ लाएगा नहीं, पहनाएगा, और पहनाएगा भी नहीं, लेके साथ में चलेगा और गांव को बताएगा नया बुर्का ऐसा होता है। अभी इसमें हर एक को आजादी है, स्कार्फ पहनने की आजादी है, बुर्का पहनने की आजादी है, नहीं पहनने की भी आजादी है। मुझे लगता है कि औरतों को चॉइस नहीं मिला है, दे हैव नॉट गिवन फ्रीडम टू डिसाइड, एंड एन इलिटरेट वुमन इज नॉट फ्रीडम। जब तक उसको एजुकेशन नहीं मिलेगा, एंड आई डोंट मीन एजुकेशन से मतलब 10वीं पास हुई, आई मीन हायर एजुकेशन, जब वो बहुत क्वालिफाइड ना हो, एक बहुत ही सुशिक्षित तालीम याफ्ता औरत जब तक हम अपनी बेटी को नहीं बनाएंगे, वी कांट से दैट शी इज हैविंग फ्रीडम और नॉट। तब तो वो सोच पाएगी उसके हक में अच्छा क्या है। द सोसाइटी इन विच शी इज वर्किंग, उसमें उसको अपना रहना सहना पहनना क्या तय करना है। मेरा ख्याल है कि कोंकण के मुसलमान मर्दों ने मजहब के नाम पर अपनी बेटियों और बीवियों को यह आजादी नहीं दी है, उनसे छीन ली है, क्योंकि आपने अभी तक उनको बहुत अच्छा एजुकेशन नहीं दिया। और सडनली जो आपको अरबों का अच्छा लगा, वो अपने घर पर आपने सोचा भी नहीं कि कल्चर आपका कैसा है। माय मदर वाज वर्किंग इन चावल के खेतों में काम करती थी, घुटने घुटनों तक चावल में काम करना पड़ता है। जिन्होंने चावल के खेतों में काम किया उनको कैसे बुर्का पहन के करेगी? अरे इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल एट ऑल। मेरी मां फनस के पेड़ पे चढ़ रही, कैसे बुर्का पहन के चढ़ेगी? तो जिनके यहां बुर्का है उनको उसकी जरूरत है, उनके कल्चर का हिस्सा है। इवन आप भी सऊदी अरब में जाके रहेंगे तो आप सोचेंगे कि मैं वही गुड फॉर देयर वेदर एंड डस्ट, लेकिन यहां का कल्चर, यहां के जंगल, मेरी मां 3 किलोमीटर पानी भरने जा रही है, पहाड़ी पे से उतर रही है और एक कुएं से पानी निकाल के ला रही है। इज इट पॉसिबल इन बुर्का? सो कल्चर होता है लिबास का। तो वो सारी चीजें एड्रेस नहीं किए बगैर हमने अपनी औरतों को कैद करने की कोशिश की है। एक सबने नहीं, लेकिन एक सर्कल ने, जो बड़ा नजर आता है साफ साफ। ये सारे कंसर्न जो रिलेटेड टू कोंकण है, आई थॉट बेटर टू एड्रेस थ्रू नॉवेल, और इसलिए ये नॉवेल में मैंने उन सारी चीजों को डिस्कस किया है।
जी, आपने जहाँ से बात ख़त्म की है मैं वहीं से उठाना चाहूँगा। आपने जिक्र किया तबलीगी जमात का, और आपके नावल में एक कैरेक्टर है यूसुफ, जो बहुत ही पढ़ा लिखा है, आलिम है, हाफिज़े कुरान है, मुफ्ती तक है, और उसका काम है कि फतवे देना। और अंत में यूसुफ इस नावल के मुख्य किरदार का खून कर देता है, जो है अब्दुल अजीज़। अब्दुल अजीज़ का कैरेक्टर ऐसा है कि वो समाज के बदलते ताने बाने से परेशान हो चुका है, जो सरोकार बदल रहे हैं उससे वो परेशान हो चुका है, और वो अपनी आवाज़ उठा रहा है। तो उसका कत्ल कर देता है यूसुफ। पर रहमान साहब उसका कत्ल करने के बाद वो मुतासिर नहीं होता, वो खुश नहीं होता, एक अलग सी कश्मकश से वो गुजरने लगता है। तो वो क्या चीज़ है जो उसको इतनी परेशान करती है, उस पर आप एक रोशनी डालिए।
कत्ल करके कौन खुश होता है भाई?
पर
हाँ, लेकिन इस देश में हमने इसी पिछले साल ही देखा है, कत्ल करने वालों को हार भी पहनाए जाते हैं। सो एक है, लेकिन आई मीन यू शुड स्पीक ऑन दैट। आई विल स्पीक फ्रॉम दिस साइड कि इस तरफ के रेडिकलाइजेशन का जो रंग है, मैं उसको आपके सामने लाना चाहता हूं। वो रंग तो सबको पता है। देखिए, कोंकणी समाज की जो एक आइडेंटिटी हुई है पिछले 50 वर्षों में, वो दो लोगों की वजह से हुई है, और मुझे दोनों पर बहुत सख्त ऑब्जेक्शन है। एक दाऊद इब्राहिम, दूसरा जाकिर नायक। एक ने माफिया में अपना रिकॉर्ड किया, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर रिकॉग्नाइज किया खुद को, अब खुदा जाने कहां है। दूसरे ने लोगों को कन्वर्ट करने में अपना रिकॉर्ड किया, अब कहां है, इंडोनेशिया में, शायद मलेशिया कहीं। और इन दोनों का जो इन दोनों से कोंकणी आइडेंटिफाई होते हैं, जो काफी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है। ये एक्सट्रीम बताता है आपको इस समाज का। नया नया जो मजहब जिसके पास आता है वो बहुत एंथुसियास्टिक होता है, व्हाट ही हैज गॉट। जाकिर नायक वाज वन ऑफ देम। इस कहानी में ये जो लड़का है जो मुफ्ती बनता है, उसकी मेमोरी भी वैसे ही है जैसे जाकिर नायक की मेमोरी है। कुछ लोग लाखों में एक आध ऐसे होते हैं जो देख लेते हैं एक बार, उनको हमेशा के लिए याद रह जाता है। जाकिर नायक हैड दैट मेमोरी। इसमें ये जो लड़का है अब्दुल सलाम, अब्दुल अजीज का बेटा जो है, उसकी वो मेमोरी है, एंड जल्दी से वो बहुत बड़ा रिलीजियस धार्मिक स्कॉलर बन जाता है। और ये इलिसिट लव है, वो भी अच्छा होता है। तो ये शादीशुदा औरत है सकीना, जिसकी उम्र 35-36 होती है, और एक दिन एक्सीडेंटली एक कमरे में, जहां गांव में शादी हो रही है, कोकन के बड़े बड़े घर होते हैं, सबको पता होगा, और शादियों में बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, रहते हैं। तो एक कमरे में सकीना और अब्दुल अजीज वहीं करीब सोते हैं। अब्दुल अजीज बहुत छोटा लड़का है, 15-16 साल का, और इनके दरमियान संबंध हो जाता है, एंड सकीना उससे प्रेग्नेंट हो जाती है, जो 6 साल से प्रेग्नेंट नहीं थी उसकी शादी होने के बाद। और सकीना का जो शौहर है मुजावर हुसैन, वो बंबई एक बार जाता है, वहां उसको पता चलता है एक मस्जिद में कि तबलीग जमात काम करती है। सो वो तबलीग जमात का कंसेप्ट गांव में लेकर आता है। इट्स अ वेरी रिलीजियस काइंड ऑफ पर्सन। लेकिन सकीना और अब्दुल अजीज की जब मोहब्बत शुरू होती है, तो वो एक दूसरे के लिए कमिटेड जिंदगी भर के लिए रहते हैं। अब्दुल अजीज उसके साथ मोहब्बत करता है। बेटा पैदा होता है, वो रिलीजियस स्कॉलर बनता है नॉवल में। और बाद में वो अब्दुल अजीज के जो विचार हैं, चूंकि वो काफी सेकुलर लिबरल किस्म का यंग लड़का बनता है, बहुत तालीम हासिल करता है सकीना की मदद से, और गल्फ भी जाता है, मिडल ईस्ट जाता है, वहां पर वो क्रिश्चियंस और जूस से मिलता है, यहूदियों से मिलता है, और उनको भी समझता है। एक पूरा वर्ल्ड का जो एक पॉलिटिकल नैरेटिव है वो समझता है, और फिर वो वापस आता है और अपने गांव में देखता है कि ये सब कुछ हो रहा है, तो वो सोचता है कि वो इसको चैलेंज करता है कि मैं अपने समाज को का सफरन, मतलब उसका इस्लामीकरण होने नहीं दूंगा, या तो वो उसके खिलाफ एक तरह से प्रोटेस्ट शुरू करता है। और इसका ये जो बेटा है ये समझता है कि ये धर्म के खिलाफ है, ये काफिर है, ये मुशरिक है, और ऐसे 50-60 अल्फाज हैं उर्दू वालों के पास, जब आपको वो अपने धर्म के खिलाफ समझते हैं तो वो आप पर उसके लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं। और एक लफ्ज है उसमें मुर्तिद हो जाना, यानी अपने दीन से फिर गया है, और जो मुर्तिद हो जाता है उसका कत्ल, यानी उसका मर्डर करना जो है वो आपको परमिसेबल है। तो ये बेटा उसका फतवा देता है कि ये मुर्तिद हो गया, ये आदमी जो अपने दीन से वापस चला गया, उसका कत्ल किया जा सकता है, इट्स परमिसेबल इन इस्लाम। तो उसका कत्ल करता है। और खुश इसलिए नहीं होता है क्योंकि कोई भी कत्ल करके खुश नहीं होता है, उसको इस बात का एहसास है। लेकिन नॉवेल में मैंने क्लैरिटी नहीं रखी है, वो रीडर तय करेगा कि उसके साथ और भी कौन से इश्यूज थे जिसकी वजह से वो जब कत्ल करके वापस आता है तो एक अलग तरह के फ्रस्ट्रेशन का शिकार होता है।
Shall we take questions?
We are being shown this placard that there are just 5 minutes left for this session. So, so this was really enjoyable, really insightful. Thank you, Rahman bhai. Thank you, Ghulam. And we would like to open this stage for questions.
One question.
Vivek.
So the question I have is, you're talking about the Konkani Muslims and how the Tabligh Jamaat changed the culture. I'm curious to know what was the need within the community that there, obviously when someone comes in to change a culture, there's a need within you that you want to adopt that. So what do you see as the reason that
सिंपल सी बात है कि when you are an ignorant society, a society which is not educated, whoever gives you a notion that this is your dharma, you accept it. Why this country is accepting political narrative of Hindutva? Think on that. It's because of illiteracy, poverty, ignorance. तो political धर्म अलग होता है. It always comes to dominate, to divide, to rule. Similarly, political Islam है. It comes to dominance, and they have their own particular interpretation of faith, and that has to be challenged. And I think novel is the best way to challenge them.
We have time for one more question, actually. One more question. You have another?
I think I have a question to ask Rahman Bhai. Why are your books so thick? I was trying to read the manuscript. And really prolific, you know, and writing such huge books, tell us.
अरे ये छोटी है.
800 पेज वाली।
My other book is 800 pages and that has into third edition. तो sometimes topic तय करता है. मेरा एक नॉवेल है that Penguin is going to publish in June in English. उसका उर्दू टाइटल है खुदा के साये में आंख मिचोली. And the English title that we have so far suggested is On the Other Side. वो बहुत छोटा नॉवेल है. It's 100 pages. So मेरा पहला नॉवेल 90 pages. The book and the characters and the theme ये तय करता है the pages. It's not author. You should never allow author to decide how many pages there will be. It's the story. It's the novel. नॉवेल तय करता है भाई, वरना ये बढ़िया नहीं है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सबका. मैं स्पेशली गोवा आर्ट एंड लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल की पूरी टीम का विवेक भाई के साथ शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूंगा बिफोर ही कुड से, क्योंकि ऐसा बहुत कम होता है कि आप उर्दू, मराठी, गुजराती, हिंदी और हमारी दूसरी भाषाएं नॉर्थ ईस्ट की उनकी भाषाओं की किताब को स्पेस दिया जाए. ट्रांसलेशन को तो मिलता ही है जब ट्रांसलेटर, लेकिन ये उर्दू की किताब को जो स्पेस दिया है, मैं समझता हूँ ये पूरी उर्दू दुनिया इसको पसंद करेगी और मोहब्बत से देखेगी. एंड ऑल्सो कोंकणी बनेगी.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rahman Bhai. Thank you so much, Sovendra. Thank you so much, Gulab, for this wonderful session. Please keep your seats. We're going to work out the mics. We have a very important book launch coming up. Big hand again for you guys. Thank you. Okay, we will start the next session exactly 5 minutes. Please. Oh, how lovely. I tried and I have a surprise for you in this regard. Okay, please take your seats. We're going to start now. Sure. You can do whatever you like near me. You're welcome. At any time to do what you like. If anyone would like to come and sit up front, please come and join us. I'd like that last row in the left, come up front and sit right in front here. You want to come from the left. Come guys, come along. Ladies, you also, all the ones are back, come over there, come. We've got 4 or 5 seats in front. Come along, all the way in front. Here. Here, please come here. Okay, welcome friends. We have a really special treat in store for us today, and deeply grateful to the great Naomi Dugood for coming. I am the only person. We've tried to get supplies of Naomi's books here, but unfortunately we do not have them. I have a copy though. It's one of the, in keeping with her magnificent oeuvre, this is an absolutely essential book that we should all be paying attention to. And when it arrives in Goa, I hope to arrange also possibly an India publisher in due course. I strongly urge everyone to get it. Naomi Dugood is a legend. She is a writer, photographer, traveler, and home cook. She has previously launched her books Burma and Taste of Persia. We had both of those launches here. They both transported readers into cultures and flavors that were not celebrated into the West. She does an amazing job of research. She takes amazing photographs. She has an amazing way with people. So the stories that come across are really, really special. And today she's going to be in conversation with Vikram Doctor, who is a neo-Goan and living in the semi-Goan village of Asagaon. And Vikram is actually my favorite food writer in India. Very often I get a number of encomiums about my food writing, but I doff my hat to Vikram. He is the finest. What we're talking about today is so central to the ethos of Goa. Goa is built, Naomi, we haven't had a chance to talk about it, but Goa is built around Khazan lands and these tremendous land works that were executed over thousands of years, and the great D.D. Kosambi, who's a material-based Marxist historian, who not one given to kind of flights of fancy, says that the works that have gone into the Khazan lands are easily equivalent, man-hours, labor, expertise, to that of the pyramids. And the salt pans, meat is the word for salt in Konkani, is essential to our culture. I have been feeling deep regret in a way after we organized this session, because there is a scholar who has devoted in Goa, who's devoted a lot of, her time to this book, and I have actually brought a copy for Naomi. It's as dear as salt, so I'd like to take a photograph of that. Actually, I'd like to give that to you right now, Naomi. Let's take a photo.
I'm thrilled. Oh, I'm just
We'll do one for me right now. All right. Thank you. This is for you. Vikram has been kind enough to bring some salt with him from, the artisanal salt of Goa, and we will get to that also. But without further ado, let's do a launch of the book. Okay, so a big hand, please, for the miracle of salt. Vikram will end on time.
Okay. Okay, great. Can you all hear me at the back? Are we okay for sound? Okay, great. Vivek, thanks so much for asking me to do this. I mean, I'm a huge admirer of Naomi's. Several years back, I think, as far as I had called her out of the blue to help me on a podcast that I was doing on flatbreads, and that's actually one of probably your first book. Actually, is this Flatbreads and Flavors your?
No, it's not. We trade, and you can make yours work. This work. I don't see. Is that?
Is this working?
Yes, first book, and which I wrote with my now ex-partner, and which came out in 1995. So that's, for some of you, it's before you were born, but it still feels recent to me.
Just out of curiosity, I looked up salt in the index, and the one entry for salt is a salt bread from Rajasthan, batti roti.
Yes, yeah, well,
Yeah.
really many things come back to the subcontinent, many things.
And you come back to the because
Well, yes.
you started coming to India even when you were studying law, like,
Yes, and before, yes. So I guess my first journey to the subcontinent was a trip to Nepal for 10 weeks, and I transited through Delhi, and that was my first glimpse. And Delhi Airport in 1974 or 5 was, quite different from Delhi Airport now. It's really extraordinary. And when you, as a foreigner, an ignorant foreigner, when you come to a place and any place, over time, you start to understand how little you understood at the beginning, and how little you still do. But because as things change over time, you begin to perhaps see what was going on before that you hadn't seen. So the changes inform you about previous times. I know I'm sounding a bit obscure, but I think it's really important, this business of returning, always assuming you know nothing, because in fact, really, as an outsider,
so the more
one
you
always
know,
knows relatively
the
nothing.
more you know, how little you
Yes,
know.
no,
I mean,
absolutely.
yes.
But over time, the changes over time really inform you enormously.
Do you remember when you first came to Goa?
Oh, I first came to go in 2000, no, something like 2000. Yeah, yeah.
So,
And I had stayed away before because I thought, oh, that's that place that people go to hang out on the beach, and I didn't understand about Goan culture.
Right.
I just thought of Goa as a destination for other people. And what I'm interested in is home cooking and home life and agriculture and so on. And so when I did come here with my ex and my 2 kids, and we hung around actually in Palolem mostly, and came into Panjim a bit, but also we were working on the rice book. No, it was before then. It must have been 96. And so we found, and rice agriculture is so important here. It was a beginning of opening my eyes. But really, again, Goa is so full of layers of culture that even a neo-Goan is probably
absolutely.
still learning.
I'm exactly in the same position
Yeah.
as yours. That the longer I live in Goa, the more I understand how little I know it,
Yeah,
and how much more there is
Yeah.
to know. And actually, salt is a good example because until very recently, I had no particular idea about salt. But then I have to say, Reina Sequeira's book. This book is really illuminating because once you read it, you realize that there's no one such thing as Goan salt. There are many Goan salts. That the salt from Pernem is different from the salt from Arpora, which is different from the salt from Salset, and each type of salt is different. And and it's not easy getting these salts because traditional salt making, as you document in your book, is now an endangered profession.
Well, the one thing that's the same is that salt requires incredible labor. It just requires incredible labor, and it requires calories. It requires calories from the sun, maybe, which would be the way people would get salt here, to evaporate. But it requires labor beforehand to set things up so that, like, build the salt pans, as you described, and as Vivek talked about. But in other places where there isn't sunshine, certainly not reliable sunshine, people have to be inventive in other ways. And so it requires calories like burning wood and then creating pollution and deforestation as a result. Salt is a very costly thing for which now these days we pay very little. And so one of the things I wanted to write about in the book was to remind people that of what it represents in terms of human endeavor, because it's the only food we have to have. That's why people could be held hostage by the British, by many governments everywhere, why there are wars fought, because control of salt is control of survival, of a necessity, right? And everything else, yes, we need liquids like water, but in terms of food, salt is really the only one we have to have. Think of that. It's a form of human servitude to this necessity.
Okay, since we're talking about salt, and since it's a large audience, I'm actually going to ask one of the volunteers to start passing this around. Please take a little, taste it. This is solar salt, basically evaporated from the sun. This is from Pernem, and as you'll see, it's extremely distinctive.
It's beautiful too.
Yeah.
It's really beautiful.
And I was again trying to look at where salt fitted into your previous books, because one set of your books is about place. It's about this book, Mangoes and Curry Leaves, is about your interactions with India. You've written a book.
Well, the whole subcontinent.
The whole subcontinent.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
And you've written about China beyond the wall, and you've written about Burma, and you've written about the Persias, all the different
Yes.
places that come under the label of Persias. And then you've also written books about rice and flatbreads.
Yep.
And to me, it seems to me that what's really interesting about salt is that salt is actually an expression for place. It
Absolutely.
actually comes from place.
Yes, but
Like this is Pernem. What you're tasting is Pernem.
You're lucky. You're in Goa. I
Yes.
mean, and in Goa, however many hundred years ago, there was salt, or there was access to salt. There are people living in places where there is no salt.
Right.
And
Like Nepal, for instance. You talk
for
about
example, like Nepal.
Yes.
And so, well, how do you get it then? Well, you have to trade for it. Well, the person that has it can ask quite a lot for it. It's an expensive thing, because you have no choice. You have to buy it. You have to find it somewhere. And so it's that thing that's also distinctive, that salt is not evenly distributed around the world. We have air, good or bad. We have air everywhere, but we don't have salt everywhere. And that's the thing now, public transit, modern transportation, we can ignore perhaps those things. But in earlier times, until recently, really, so Goans have always been rich
In having
salt. You have salt, you have water, you have seashore and fish, you have fertile land. I mean, this is a paradise in pre-industrial times, which of course is why it's prospered for millennia.
Yeah, and again, it's part of Goan food. I mean, like and I will hope that we have Fatima Silva Gracias in the audience, who's the great chronicler of Goan food, and I'll ask her maybe to talk a little bit about salt, when we come to the question and answers. But again, salt is salted fish. Is vital for seeing Goans through the long monsoon season, and in your book you talk about all the histories of salt cod, and
Yes.
Goa is the one place where salt cod is actually something which comes through the Portuguese influence.
Through the Portuguese, yes. Because if you think about, so we have to have salt to survive, but also everywhere where there's seasonal food, and that's most places in the world, salt is the assistant to preservation.
Right.
So, you salt fish, even if you have lots of sun, you still need to put a bit of salt on that fish.
Right.
To hold it, to keep the bacteria at bay until the fish has dried out enough that there's no moisture for the bacteria to survive with. And in places where it's not sunny, then the fish has to be heavily salted, which is the situation for cod in the North Atlantic, where there's really no sunshine, excuse me, but really there isn't. I'm from Canada, I can tell you there's not much sun in the North Atlantic. So then that fish is really heavily salted, and that's why salt cod is like a board, because it's completely saturated with salt, absolutely saturated, and then you have to do all the work of soaking it and cleaning it, right?
And salt cod's histories are fascinating, right?
It's a whole other thing.
I mean, Martin Lansky wrote a whole book about
And we could talk all day,
Yeah. And it links to slavery, it links to indentured labor, it links to global trade, and it links to Goa, because as I said, in Goa, salt cod came to us through the
Portuguese.
Through the Portuguese. But as I said, there are so many other fascinating histories of salt, and as you talked about, taxation and used by governments. Controlling salt is a way of controlling power.
Absolutely, and also if everybody has to buy it, that's a handy little thing. Let's just put a little tax on this thing that absolutely everybody has to have, and then the treasury fills. But if you think about the difference between the rich and the poor, that tax is heavy on the poor because they don't have much else, but they're still having to pay the same tax on salt. It's really interesting.
Reina Sequeira, in her book,
Yeah.
she starts off by talking about all the difficulties she faced trying to get access to the salt-making communities, because whenever she went as a researcher,
Yes.
they would say, "Are you from the government?
Exactly.
Are you going to tax us?
Are you
Do you want
yes.
information
Yeah,
from
yeah.
us?"
Yeah, no, it's really, It's really interesting.
Have you faced these sort of reactions?
No,
Saying,
no,
why
but-
are you so interested in salt?
But just generally, going to places where the government might potentially be onerous, whether it's in Burma or Tibet or anywhere, I have learned not to take notes in public, because people will think that might think that I'm taking notes for the government for some bad purpose.
Right.
So I mean, for years I've traveled and taken notes with my camera in the sense of taking shots, and then going back to wherever I'm staying and making notes to myself about what I saw or what I was told. Because of course there's always, as the outsider to a community, to a region, to a country, you're always potentially, the informer or the person who's going to put people at risk. And so it's really important to just sort of be as quietly there as you can be. But I'm very visible in India, and I'm very visible in many places. And so just sitting still and not asking a lot, just sort of sitting and appreciating is the best way in a politically fraught context, whether it's politically fraught because they're the salt workers or a larger situation. That's the best way to actually come to slowly get some understanding of what is going on.
I mean, what is remarkable about your books, and I'm speaking a bit more generally about this, is that you seem to have in all your books avoided that exoticizing gaze.
Yes. I hope so. Thank
yeah.
you very much. That makes me happy that you feel that way.
I mean, you managed to get into cultures, but not treat it. I mean, you're not an insider. You don't pretend to. You don't
No.
pretend to be an insider, and yet you're not like looking at it as a travel writer. That sort of like thing. How do you manage that? I mean, is it conversations? Is it home cooking? Is it the sort of connections the people you try to meet?
I mean, of course, my primary goal is to avoid that. But also, when you're a foreigner traveling wherever, you meet other foreigners. I've met other foreigners, and they'll say, "Ooh," one example that's sort of relatively recent for me is people talking about food in Burma, Central Burmese food, Burma food, and a foreigner saying, "Oh, it's so oily." It enrages me, any comment by an outsider about a local food, because they're ignorant, of course. And I actually now take the advantage of my age and say, but that's your ignorance. I mean, that's an aggressive thing to say to somebody you don't know, but I do. That's your ignorance. Actually, it's not oily. Burmese have lunch meals, and it's not vegetarianism particularly. There's meat, there's veg, but the meals are prepared at noon like meals in the South, and it's hot climate. And so the curries are cooked, and of course they're cooked, and the oil sits on the top surface. And when the curry is served, there's the curry, there's the rice, there's the whatever. Of course, it's not the oil, the curry is served. Well, what's the oil doing there? Of course, as you all know in a hot climate, it's preserving the food underneath. Right. It's sealing it off from the air. But, many ignoramuses from, North America, Europe, whatever, will look at that and say, "Ooh, the food's so oily," and I just want to tell them to catch a plane home. Just leave. Just get the hell out. If you find something strange in a place in which you're not, local, then you have to ask yourself, what am I not understanding? So that's where I go. You have to sort of say, what don't I get here? Why do people find this delicious, and why am I having trouble with it? What's going on? And that's the start point. And so it's always about trying to just quiet down, have no expectations, and sort of try and understand and not rush. And that's, I think, the really
not rush.
And not rush.
Not rush.
It's just really important. It's not the job of any particular place or any particular cook or any particular market to kind of yield up its secrets or its, this is just nonsense garbage,
Yeah.
That attitude. It's instead my job to appreciate and try to appreciate better by understanding better. And so I just think I'm always a beginner, and people say, oh, what's the best meal you ever ate, or what's the best thing you ever ate? And I was like, stop. You know, it's not about, oh, what's good and what's bad and what's sophisticated and what's not. And, you know, this is a food. We're talking about essentials. How interesting. Human creativity, you know, and the most amazing thing is somebody making a perfect, I don't know, roti, perfect chapati. You watch someone who's made gazillions of them. You know, I was staying in a household, vegetarian Hindu household in Varanasi once, and I just watched these perfect chapatis come one by one, the woman of the house making them, and I just thought, okay, you know, this is never going to be me. I know that. I'm not trying to be perfect, but she's just doing it.
Yeah.
Well, this is a miracle, and it's extremely sophisticated. There's 3 ingredients, right? And that's the thing that's really remarkable.
There's flour, there's water, and there's salt.
Yeah. It's not about how many, you know, pieces of gold you put in your, you know, wedding rice. Sorry if I've offended anyone, but just, you know, it's about that lovely, extraordinary daily achievement of feeding people, using what you have to feed people well, you know?
I mean, this is actually where I first connected with Naomi many years back for a podcast I was doing. And I was trying to answer this question about why have we found it so hard to mechanize roti, chapati production, flatbread production in India. I mean, in Mexico, for instance, now, for better or for worse, mostly for worse, tortillas have been industrialized. Their production tortillas has been industrialized. But many people have tried. You've had roti makers, you'd have these machines, you've had that, things like that. And we have never managed to make the large-scale production of rotis really acceptable. It happens in places like the Golden Temple and a few institutional contexts, but it's not. And so I actually finally called Naomi up because I'd read this book, and this is the most amazing book on flatbreads. And I asked, I think you were in Thailand at that time, and
that's right.
I said that, you know, why is it impossible to mechanize this? And she said, you are competing with perfection.
Yes.
I mean,
these
not everybody's chapatis are perfect, but everybody's chapatis are perfect for, you know, some people like it thoda kadak, some people like it slightly burnt, some people like it soft. There are millions of, like, you know, just 3 ingredients, and you can have so many millions of variations in making a roti, and that's what a factory can't produce. A factory can just standardize.
So this is human brilliance, right? This is just human achievement. And how wonderful, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. You just simply said you are competing with perfection. Okay, I want to come back a bit to the authoritarian uses of salt, because there are so many fascinating histories over there. And one that you talk about, and which is a favorite of mine, is in this book. I mean, which Roy Moxon's The Great Hedge of India. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the story behind this?
You know, this is back to the British and coerciveness, right? So how do you control people in a huge place, and how do you control people's access to salt, and how do you force them? It's sort of like forcing, you know, farm animals in a pen. How do you control them? Well, you build barriers. And so, not wanting to give any suggestions to the current powers, but just saying, they're already talking like that. But anyway, so the British built this huge hedge across India, and I've never seen the site, and apparently it's hard to find. This guy said he'd read about this hedge, and it was to prevent the traffic of salt, and it's somewhere across the middle of India.
It's across like mostly through central India.
Through central
and you know, it's a history that was completely forgotten.
Yeah.
And Roy Moxham, who's a very quirky historian of India, just found a few reference to it. And the Great Hedge of India, like the Great Wall of China, the Great Hedge of India.
And it was really tall and thick and impenetrable.
And it's made out of thorny plants. And of course, being plants, they can be cut down. they were burnt. I mean, the hedge has pretty much vanished. I mean, he finds a few patches that may be descendants of the plants that made the hedge. But the thing is, it was about salt.
It was all
I mean,
about
this incredible
controlling.
venture, the head of India, which is also called the permit line. It was called the permit line because you needed a permit to take salt across. And I always remember this in summer, because among the plants that were used, they basically used thorny plants, thorny bushes, and one of them was karonda, kantem, what we call over here. So every summer when the kantem, the karonda berries come, and I always trying to get as many as I can to make jam out of it. I always remember the hedge of India because the hedge of India probably promoted planting kantem berries right across India.
I'd like to talk about, we talked about salt fish, but in further in northern climates, there's a lot more in Korea, in Europe, and so on. There's a lot more winter where there really isn't anything growing, and so how do you have vegetables in winter? Well, you can put them in a root cellar in a cool place, but you also, or you can hang them and dry them, but you can also ferment them, and that's sauerkraut, kimchi, all of those things, and of course you can ferment beans, which is fermented beans, soybeans, and then that gets you to soy sauce. All of those things are salt-based, and how you make sauerkraut is you slice cabbage very thinly, you toss it with a measured amount of salt, and you stuff it into a jar. This is a really, really complicated recipe. And then you put the lid on. And then you wait. And the cabbage, you make sure that it's sealed, and you make sure that there's enough liquid covering it. So you might have to add a little brine. And then the salt draws liquid out of the cabbage. You've massaged it in a little bit. But no vinegar, just that. And after a week, it's fermented. After 3 weeks, it really has flavor. But it keeps and keeps and keeps and keeps and never rots. And so if you think about somebody in Northern Europe with the snow to here and the ground hard, and forget it for harvesting anything, just imagine those stalks. Or in Korea, which gets very cold and snowy, and they have these lovely jars, what's the word I'm looking for? Clay pots of kimchi, and there it is, vitamin C, flavor, a little crunch, even with the salt softening it, all winter. It's a literal lifesaver.
And you say in your book quite early on that a history of a salt is also a history of fermentation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because controlling fermentation is salt is used to dictate the pace of fermentation, when it starts, when it stops. And I think that's something we understand in Goa very well, because one of the most basic Goan pickles is the green mango in salt brine, which is again one of the most basic Goan pickles, which I'm very happy to see is now the sort of hipsters have taken it up, and you can get a martinis made with Goan brine mango pickle and things like that. But that is a very basic pickle.
And I saw those little green mangoes at the
coming
market,
out just now, so soon.
In the market. They're already in the veg
so
market.
Soon we're going to be starting to make
very
pickle.
exciting.
And your book has a mango pickle, right?
Yes, the book has a mango pickle, and it's from a little further north. I'm sorry, everyone, but it's and it's got a bit of mustard oil in it that gives it away. But I find it really delicious. But you could. There's mango pickle all over India, but very different versions of it. But this is not. It's not a sweet one. It's a savory one, just like yours.
You're right.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the people who make salt? Because Rena's book, for instance, talks about the traditional Goan salt communities, and she talks about the difficulties she has in winning their trust, and how she becomes part of them and becomes part of their rituals and things like that. And as you traveled across the world, did you find commonalities with all the different people who make salt across the world?
I don't know enough about them. I really don't. I think that specialized communities like that, you really, her difficulty, and she's going in penetrating it. So I can say I don't know about those communities. I really don't. I just know that from the outside, from a step back from there, in other words, the people who are profiting from the labor of those communities are not those communities.
Right.
All right? So whoever's laboring and walking in in thick, salty brine in Kutch, for example.
Yeah.
Laboring.
And it's physically painful.
It's and it's also, the sun is beating. It's blinding. It's hot. When you have a heavy salt, it's like, we talk about rubbing salt in the wound. So if you have a scratch on your foot or anything, okay, it's not going to get infected if you're walking in salt water, but it's going to hurt too. So they're working in these very ungenerous, horrible conditions, and they're being paid, pennies, paise, right? And similarly, and in Korea, I've read there's salt workers who are, there's mentally handicapped adults being exploited to work in salt, because it's really coarse labor is what it's viewed as. And the people profiting are the middle people, the distributors, the overseas shippers, and so that's the other thing about salt is it's, labor is a political issue. And so that's another reason to sort of pay attention to it. But I don't know about the social conditions, the social culture of salt makers in other places.
Okay, sure. Okay. What do you feel about the rise of iodized salt? I mean, this is a controversial subject, I'm struck by the. I know you don't take a position on this in the book, and you talk about the benefits for people with goiter and all that. But you also talk about how the rise of government campaigns promoting iodized salt has made people across the world, especially in Thailand, I use the example, to think that traditional non-iodized salt is somehow dirty.
Well, okay, if you're trying to persuade people to shift or to adopt something new, you're the government, and there's a very good reason for iodizing salt. We can go into that, but what you do first of all is you tell them that the thing they're doing now is, well, you can pick your word, unclean, or less healthy, or whatever slogan is going to get you to shift off that and into the new thing that the government's promoting. So that's what's happened in places where people are being persuaded to shift. But then in many places, people aren't particularly given the choice. I mean, there is just iodized salt. And the reason for it is that iodine, in many places, iodine is not available in the food that people are eating. It's not true here. You're living by the seaside, and there is plenty of iodine in the diet. But people, especially in the hills, we know this in the hills and mountains, where do you see older pictures of people with goiters? They're often in Tibet, in the valleys in Switzerland, for example, people had goiters way into the 20th century.
Even in Central India. I mean,
you would have it in Central India, too. And so to protect against that, because it's not just about goiters, it's about brain development, mental retardation, all of those things are risks when you have an iodine shortage. And so it started in the 1930s because there was an area of Michigan in the USA where everybody noticed, there's an iodine problem, and there's a developmental problem amongst some of the children, especially lower income where they weren't eating widely, etc. And so it's become a World Health Organization campaign, and I saw iodized salt. I saw salt being gathered in an old-style way in Senegal in West Africa in the 90s, and then it was going to go off in a truck and be iodized. So, it really salt at every level is being iodized. Sea salt doesn't need to be. It's salt from the interior that doesn't, and anyway, it's more complicated. I don't want to generalize. But so I think, yes, use iodized salt to perhaps salt your water if you're pre-boiling rice, or if you're making pasta or noodles or something. But when I'm adding salt at the end of cooking, when I'm thinking, oh no, it needs a little more, that you taste the dal at the end, or the soup, or the whatever, then I'm going to use a salt that I like the smell of, because I'm picking it up in my hand. And the smell of good salt is a different thing from the smell of iodized salt, which for me smells yucky. So, sorry. And so I don't generally, I use iodized salt occasionally, but really I don't usually.
But I suppose it's difficult because...
But it's not bad for you. There's nothing wrong with it.
Because industrial salt is this perfect, shining, white, like free-flowing thing. Whereas, I hope everybody's had a chance to taste the Pernem salt that I was sending around, and it looks like, it looks like sand. It looks like sand. But it has a very elusive taste. I don't know if other people felt
There's just this moment,
felt
and smell
this.
too. When you pick it up, you can smell it. So the differences are small. They don't, once it's diluted in water, you cannot tell which, whether you're using salt from, Timbuktu or salt from down the road. But did
Sorry,
you do
yeah,
that,
go on.
Vivek? But it's really, I know we only have about 4 minutes left, but it's really use the salt that you're comfortable with. And if you decide to change the salt you're using for cooking, be careful, because the saltiness of an amount of salt, if you think of a tablespoon of salt, if it's flake salt, flat flakes, the amount of saltiness that a tablespoon gives is measured not by the volume, but by the weight. So if you have a scale that does this, if you weigh an amount of salt and you compare that to fine-grained salt, the fine-grained salt, the same volume of salt, will be much heavier. It's saltier. So if you shift from a flake salt to a fine-grained salt and you add your same pinch, it'll be oversalted. I'm just saying, it's a fun sort of thing, and the cooks in the room are nodding because they understand what I'm
know what
saying.
it means. Okay, I've just got 2 more questions, then we'll throw it open to the audience. One is...
No, we only
sorry?
have 5 minutes altogether. We're done.
Sorry, okay, yeah. So, one is, how in all your travels around the world, how have you seen salt being stored? Because in India, there are traditional vessels, usually of wood, particularly types of wood like red sanders, which were used for storing salt. Have you seen a similarity, or, what sort of vessels were used to store salt?
Mostly wood.
Mostly wood.
Wooden containers, yeah. And because, of course, metal, it erodes, salt corrodes metal. So that's why I never understood why the British had salt cellars, because, of course, if you have a silver salt cellar on a fancy table, it's going to get all corroded on the inside. Does anybody have any questions, though? Because we're really running out of time.
Yeah. Alan, you want to start? Yeah.
One up front.
Okay, sorry.
Hi, thank you. That was amazing. I just had a question going back a little bit towards the beginning about how cheap salt is, and how did it go from this tool of power and control to just another commodity that looks the same everywhere? And is it cheap everywhere, or are there still parts of the world where it's expensive?
Is salt cheap everywhere, and how did it transfer? Well, it became, now there's a lot of industrial salt production. So it's all industrialized. What they do is, when it's in the ground, they dig it out using water, and they actually dilute it and then re-boil it to crystallize it again. And all of that they can do very cheaply. And so there isn't labor in that industrial salt. And so the flow of salt, to put it that way, is not controllable, and nobody's using it for taxation anymore. We're living in a different world, I think, and it's got to do, I think, with the globalization of the food supply and the industrialization of the food supply. But you had a question in the front?
Yeah. What is the timeline of the Great Hedge? Which year was it?
18 something or other.
I asked the main question.
Yeah, mid-19th century, the Great Hedge. Yeah.
And my main question is, do you see a difference between the coastal salts and the desert salts of the Thar? Can you notice that?
Oh, I think is there a difference between the coastal salts and the desert salts? And well, I think, you can always notice a difference when you set things side by side. And there's, desert salts in southern Morocco and so on. I have not tasted the salt from the Thar. No, I've tasted the salt in Kutch, the salt that's done in the salt pans, the evaporated salts. But I have not tasted the salt in the Thar.
I'll give you my say.
Okay.
We'll take 2 questions. Wait till they both ask. Go ahead, ask.
Okay, 2 questions together.
Well, we are now told that Himalayan or pink rock salt is very good for you. What is your opinion about that?
Okay, that's one. Second question.
No, I was looking at the medicinal value, the good and the harm in salt. One is that iodization is extremely important. Like you said, it prevents mental retardation. In many parts of India, you make sure you get that salt. And that when you salt from the sea, the additional benefit is that besides that, you get other minerals. So there is a benefit of the salt that you get locally. In Goa, you might get manganese and all those micronutrients would add value. And the third most important is salt and hypertension. So all the pickles and the dry things, that's just avoiding.
Yeah. So the question was, is pink salt, the so-called Himalayan salt, they've done the most brilliant job of promoting it. It's from the Kura mine in Pakistan, and it's the second largest salt mine in the world. So the notion that it's somehow a rare and special thing, no, I don't. I'm not buying that one. A friend of mine who's from Pakistan said, "Oh, my father knows a guy who's on the board of directors or whatever of the mine, and if you want to go, you could go down in that mine." And I said, 2 miles underground is not my kind of home territory. I don't think I'm going. I'm prepared to go many places, but not there. So I don't know. I'm just suddenly no. Oh, time out. Okay, so I'm answering it.
No, no.
So
Okay, I'm just going to say, I just want to say one small thing.
Let her answer the question.
but
Yeah, sorry,
it's
yeah.
really the differences, the amount of salt we're eating each day, and the differences between salts are not going to make a measurable difference to your life. If you eat well, if you're lucky enough to live in Goa and have access to fresh vegetables and fish from the sea, frankly, whatever salt you eat or don't eat, you're laughing, and compared to much of the rest of the world, you're way ahead. And that sounds superficial, but it's from the heart. I really mean it. And thank you for your notes on all of those things. Salt and hypertension, really, I think the main thing is if you're not eating processed foods and you're just salting your food in a normal way, you're fine, unless you've got kidney disease. Otherwise, not to worry about your salt.
I just wanted to make a small thanks to my friend Erwin Fonseca, who actually went yesterday to Pernem, to Agarwado, to get this salt, and it's just an example of how difficult it is in Goa for Goans to get Goan salt. But if anybody wants to take some of the salt, please feel free. And Naomi, thank you so much. That was an absolutely wonderful session. And as I said, I really think this book is wonderful because, in a way, it sort of brings you back to all your previous books.
Yes.
Because your books are about food and place, and salt
essentials.
is really an expression of place. And I'm going to ask you one last question, just even though Vivek is fuming behind me. After all these years, you started from Canada, you've gone across the world, you've seen this thing. How has food in Canada changed now? Has all the huge immigration that we're seeing into Canada, is it changing Canadian food?
Oh, I'm lucky enough to live in Toronto, where there are people from kind of all over the world, and yes, I mean, there's an awareness. There's the globalization of food, so things are available. So people coming as immigrants can most often find or figure out how to get food staples that they need from their home place, and so. Those of us who live in urban areas are lucky because we get to live in a large world and get reminded of, again, all that we don't know about other people's food. So, but it's also a way of having mutual understanding across cultures when a lot of people are arriving as immigrants, because the kids are at school together and they bring school lunch, and the one kid is bringing tofu and whatever, and the other kid's bringing a little dal bhat, and then the other kid's bringing a peanut butter sandwich, and they trade foods, So it's sort of, and then they go to each other's houses. And the parents are maybe dismayed, but the kids are at ease. And so that's what we need to think also, that the change comes as the generations unfold and start talking to each other. And that sounds very, optimistic, but I've seen it in my lifetime.
And it's a conversation you've helped start with your book, so thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The fabulous Naomi DeGood, guys. You can find her book online. You can buy them. Thank you so much for that session. And Vikram, Doctor, wonderful. If anyone wants salt of the earth, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please keep your seats for the next session, where we're launching a wonderful book of poetry by the great Mamang Dai, the Padma Shri Award winner from Arunachal Pradesh.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you. Vikram.
Do you have a moment now, or are you running away? Okay, let's do that.
I'd like to sign that for you. But also I'd like to ask you if you don't mind. Where's Mamang? Ah. Please take your seats. We'll be starting on time in another 1 minute. Guys, why don't you join us? Robin and Mustansir, come join us on stage. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Sid, can you be ready for that, but close the door. Friends, it's of our land, of any place. It's of our land, of any place, and from all over actually reading. You should not miss it. I strongly urge you to please go through the trouble of bringing your Aadhaar or sending your Aadhaar to the email address with your name. Do not miss the poetry reading session. One of the people who made that location special is Mamang Dai, and I'm so glad that she's here with us today. This is a very meaningful moment for all of us because we are launching another beautiful book of Mamang's. We have previously launched one before. She was kind enough to remember it in her stunning keynote address yesterday. So thank you so much, Mamang, for coming. Today she is in conversation with two of our other favorite poets. This is really a wealth and something that makes it very meaningful for us here at the Goa Arts and Literature Festival. We have Mustansir Dalvi, whose own book in translation will be, he's going to be reading from it tomorrow. He's a academic, he is a professor, he is a outstanding translator and a wonderful poet. And Robin Gangom is a long-time academic, one of our national treasures. He is also a translator and one of the very best poets in the country. He is going to be speaking with Ranjit Hoskote in a session about his literary life a little later. So welcome to everyone. Let's launch the book. Big hand. We will end on
Good afternoon, friends. Let me say a few things about Mamang Dai by way of some kind of an introduction. I have admired Mamang Dai's verse. Oh, okay. I've admired Mamang Dai's verse, ever since I read her poems decades ago. She is, of course, a very well-known poet in the Indian poetry and English world. Hence, to call her a northeastern poet would be limiting. Although her verse is deeply rooted in her land, Arunachal Pradesh. I think what makes Mamang Dai's poetry distinctive and different, in my opinion, is the fact that her native world and lore, come into fabulous relief in her lines. It is the realm of the folk or the mythic, if you will, which is not anything long dead and gone, but something that is ongoing, as Joy Harjo said. The mythic world, I think, especially in Mamang Dai's case, still survives at the frontiers of the civilized world, and where the life of most communities of the Northeast is defined by their folk origins. So the folk still continues, again to quote Mamang Dai, the folk still continues to assume the identity, the intensity of reality for many people. She has this is one of her earlier poems about the river. I think it begins with this line, "Do not go near the river." Yeah. So it's a fascinating poem where the hypnotic great river, which holds many dangers of, we in my own Meitei stories, when someone goes missing in the river, when someone drowns, we say that he or she is taken away by the river nymph or the river goddess, so never to be seen again. So in her poem, you have see warns of of the dangers of the river, which has, as I said, it has a kind of hypnotic pull, and I realized that this death by water, death by drowning, is very different from the fear of death by water as in the Taro prediction in Eliot's great poem *The Wasteland*, where Phlebas, the Phoenician's fate, so there's no foretelling or prediction of death by water, and drowning, and in Eliot's poem, there is a reference to, I think, the tempest of a sea change of metamorphosis into inanimate nature. So this is a great poem. So I request Mamang to read that poem, for all of us. Yeah. The river.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll just start reading this poem. It is actually from Summer Survival Lyrics and Other Lives. The river. Do not stay too long by the river. The river is a wayward god. It is an elephant, a lion. Sometimes they call it a horse. One summer we thought it was a peacock turning in the yellow dust that filled our eyes with gold. I saw a woman floating in a lily pond in a mountain of mist, wrapped in a cloud, streaming with tendrils and pollen dust. I thought, the river is a woman, a country, a name, a note of music trapped in the white current, a sheet of paper carrying a secret map. The skyline is where it begins, between the darkness and the summit, in the birthplace of thirst. Do not stay too long by the river. It is a drowning spirit, a strong-armed god, drawing and withdrawing such seasons, flowing river, standing still, river sea, river ocean, river of all our summers, collecting the salt of our lives.
Hello. So I've just been delighted reading the poems from this book, and I can definitely encourage you to buy it in the shop outside. I'd just like to take a point slightly different from what you are saying, but based on what Mamang talked about in her keynote yesterday, that in one sense there is this certain identity that tells us that the poem should mostly be about a certain lore or a certain mythology associated with that region or that culture, or that you talk about struggle and things like that. But this book is very uniquely and interestingly placed, because at first glance a lot of these poems are rooted in nature. There is a certain pastoral feel to them, but at no point are they innocent in that sense, and there is a subtext that is running through this, which emerges from time to time and reminds you of the uniqueness and the reality both of time and place, which I think is of particular interest to everyone who reads these poems. And in the very first poem, a poem called Songbird, one tends to see that. And I'll just read it, it's a very short poem. How sad it is, remembrance, the warm sweat of the seasons, the narrow boats of grief, a white moon, my dream of a songbird in the garden. So I'd love to engage Mamang in this regard, that when you were putting together this book, which is again fabulously titled The White Shirts of Summer, could you tell us a little bit about the process or just the thinking behind this collection of new and selected poems?
Mustansir, thank you very much. We're talking about remembrance. I think poetry actually is always being in a state of enchantment. You're always looking things, the feelings, the strong passion might change with time, experience, new realities. But I think that state of living in a state of enchantment is always there. You might abandon poems, but you come back to it. And it is always, from my personal belief, it is always about love. And many times, many of the poems here were picked up, especially, I think Robin will be mentioning one of them, that here is a feminist poet, a poem. It is based on, this kind of outlook, that kind of outlook. It is all right. People have their own interpretation. But the actual writing was in this state of grace, of trying to, what Jalaluddin Rumi would say, rub your eyes and look again with love at love. Now this is a big thing, you're always changing, looking, finding new things. So this is what I would like to say. It's not as if we have mountains and mist and folklore coming out of our ears. That is the blueprint. It is a map we draw on because it is what we know. I live in Itanagar. It is, Arunachal is very much hill and mountain, rivers, mist. But there's always the anticipation of a larger reality. I think this is how it happens. A poem has to happen.
I'm glad that you mentioned this, but of course the mythic world, especially not just concerning you, but for many of us from the Northeast, we know it is our reality. It may be subjective, but it is our reality. But one particular poem, and I'm sure, although I have not read your new poems, one particular poem that I love, and I have been called an overtly political poet myself, but in this poem titled The Sorrow of Women, where you talk about as a woman afraid of losing maybe the loved one or the beloved to war and politics, and what I particularly admire in this poem is a woman's quiet refusal if one can call it masculine preoccupations with politics, war, and honor, but a very firm, quiet, firm, determined admonition of these male preoccupations, without, I think, overtly maybe feminist, overtones, if I can say that. And I'm reminded actually of this great Assamese woman poet, Nirmal Prabha Borduloi's poem, some of her poems, So, yeah. So can you please read that poem? The Sorrow of Women. Yeah.
The sorrow of women. They are talking about hunger. They are saying there is an unquenchable fire burning in our hearts. My love, what shall I do? I am thinking how I may lose you to war and big issues more important than me. Life is so hard like this. Nobody knows why. It is like fire. It is like rainwater, sand, glass. What will I do, my love, if my reflection disappears? They are talking about a place where rice flows in the streets, about a place where there is gold in the leaves of trees. They are talking about displacement when the opium poppy was growing, dizzy in the sun, happy in a state of believing. And they are talking about escape, about liberty, men and guns. The urgency for survival. But what will they do, not knowing the sorrow of women?
Beautiful poem.
I'll read this. This is from River Poems. It was in the first book of poems, and it's called Remembrance, because Mustansir, I'm so happy he picked up that little verse right at the start, about the songbird. Why did we think it was trivial that it would rain every summer, that nights would be still with sleep, and that the green fern would uncurl ceaselessly by the roadside? Why did we think survival was simple, that river and field would stand forever, invulnerable even to the dreams of strangers, for we knew where the sun lay resting in the folded silence of the hills. This summer it rains more than ever. The footfall of soldiers is drowned and scattered. In the hidden exchange of news we hear that weapons are multiplying in the forest. The jungle is a big eater, hiding terror in the carnivorous green. Why did we think ritual gods would survive, deathless in memory, in trees and stones and the sleep of babies? Now, when we close our eyes and cease to believe, God dies. For as long as remembrance, men stared at fire and water. We dwell in the mountains and do not know what the world hears about us. Foragers for a destiny. All the days of our lives, we stare at the outline of the hills, lifting our eyes to the invincible sky. That's an old poem. The two gentlemen are saying, just go on reading. I'm wondering if they're being kind or if they're being frivolous.
Title.
Oh, the white shirts, okay. Wait, before this I'll read something. Okay, I'll read something. This is a new poem in the new book, and it's just titled "Hello Mountain." It was written for, just among friends, and sometimes I know one writes out of necessity to share an experience, or some write just for the love of writing, and even so you're transmitting and talking to each other, just because you are in that state of enchantment. And there was so much going on, about preservation, climate change, things happening, human beings were all so busy, and sometimes you think, even with festivals, this is just an aside, festivals and traditional, customs that are promoted to share with the rest of the world. Say even UN agencies come in to declare heritage sites. I feel the moment you actually take possession of something through these large agencies, it becomes a dispossession, because you no longer, you're not looking at it from the way you've always looked at it. Somehow it's been changed or manipulated, and that is a thought that's been going on. So I wrote this Hello Mountain, praising that whatever happens, nature will give us the final lesson. Every morning when the forest wakes, the canopy goes for a walk, hailing the sun, courting the wind, the moss stirs. The idle moss turns into varied. Is the earth growing old? Birds flying away, trees falling, green mountain wearing a rain hat. Are there caves and bats in your bosom, wedged in your folds, a hum of voices celebrating the anniversaries of birth and time? Is a raindrop growing into a river? A rock into a jewel? Thank you.
You once told me about the old folk, your people actually, who would rather die in their mountain hamlets or villages. And you also told me about about this ritual storytelling, the tribe's ritual storytelling event, which goes on for 2 nights without interruption. And I'm quoting you, we also have a rich oral tradition with narrative ballads of birth and creation of man and his surroundings that can last for many days, chanted by special priests. I'm a little curious about the storyteller. Is the shaman, and is he a shaman who is not just a healer but also some kind of a custodian of your stories, maybe the creation and origin myths. So I feel that a few of you from the Northeast who write in this mode, Desmond Karma Flang and Temsula Au, would actually be, maybe unconsciously, would also be creating myths themselves. They're mythopoeic poets, and maybe there is an unconscious desire to step into the shoes of the shaman. Maybe. Did you ever feel this?
Well, I don't know how to answer that. I have to, think about the question. But the whole shaman tradition, I have been, very drawn to that since the time I returned to Arunachal Pradesh, because I felt it has so much to offer, a whole world of stories, and orality really is like the first audio book, let's say, because people speak, and the injunction, the practice is to speak, to listen, and to remember. And these are all things that really interest me, like time and memory and where do we go from here. I'm not a astrophysicist or astrologist, but just those things from the surface, and orality is also like there are so many prisms, surfaces. And I always tell the shaman, because I still speak mother tongue quite well, which I'm very grateful for that I have kept it, because so many of our children now don't speak mother tongue, it's Hindi or Assamese or what we call Nagamese. Arunachal Hindi even has become quite a force.
True.
So to be able to understand, I always tell them, I'm putting it in English. I use songs and narratives, and maybe it will sound better than what you're saying, They laugh. We are okay with that, because I have to tell them also, since they won't be reading the interpretation I'm putting or using what stories they are giving me. But I think I always check. That is, the checking is for my own self, because I feel there is great reverence in this, kind of ethical worldview. So it's not actually stepping in to the
unconsciously.
Unconsciously, but because it is for my own self that I'm asking more of these questions. Even if it's just not only to authenticate what I might be writing about, but just for my own sake, because I am interested.
Yeah.
So this is, it has the word shaman also, no? This was written in
the poem there is a sabu.
I often wonder, Robin, also I could ask you if it's good to immediately say who the poem is for or when it was written, to put dates and places to poems, because I find my poems are all scattered in notebooks, and I know when I wrote it or why I wrote it, but it's not there, evidently so.
So sometimes it's difficult to put a finger on it.
So it might sound obscure to the reader, but anyway, when we needed someone, I cried for the shaman, seeking the words of generations to accompany us. Where are all the shamans? We needed someone to mend these bones, lift this arm, dress this shoulder, spine, collar, with fine ornaments, and place a spell under these feet to heal this heart and reclaim life and splendor. The strong black beetle is an uncle visiting on the back of the wind this rainy morning. No, words are not dead, rustling through the trees. The shamans are in the garden. Their craft is not ended, recounting each weathered moment like beads in a long conversation to win mastery over time. We meet here every day, shamans, prayers, spirits. The bees bring me a message. This is for your protection. Remember and believe the truth about land, rainwater, sleep. The truth about love, eating flowers and thorns. The truth about life, eating flowers and thorns.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you.
yeah. I think I stand vindicated. You are a storyteller, and a friend of mine used this word remembrancer. So you've used the word about remembering, memory, yes. So you weave. You have woven new stories, of course, by way of remembering the tribes, your people's, lore, and so that.
Maybe that is the thing with orality also, it doesn't change or it's not dead just because it's put into writing. The story itself doesn't change, it might mutate somewhere else and come alive. This is the interconnectedness of all human cultures, I think, and it's not only the reading public, the stories are being told. I think half the world's population don't read and write as such, maybe. There are stories, only stories.
Yeah.
In a sense, it also extends beyond just the way you talk about your world and where you live, because it also brings in a larger ecosystem. There's this very interesting poem you have written called Man and Brother, which actually comes from a kind of belief that man and tiger were born brothers, and that the killing of a tiger is the equivalent to killing a man, and the rituals associated with a tiger hunt are very rigorous. So I just wonder about how that kind of relationship works out on an everyday basis in our world today, especially. We call our world now the Anthropocene, that we have reached a point at which only we can mend our world because the world will not mend itself. That how do these relationships work out in the contemporary times?
I think this is always the clash, with cultures and the sudden onslaught, what I was talking about, the sudden new study of ecology, deep ecology. This was, I think, present among the people living in their natural world, because this oral tradition of memory, it was always a reminder, of your duties, responsibilities, in the best sense. Okay, there are some things which are maybe a little bit dark, like twins will be killed, this kind of thing. But mostly the relationship with the natural world was harmonious. And I didn't know we have different calls when hunters go out. If they're bringing back a deer, it's, they give so many calls, and people hearing from miles around will know, okay, it's a deer, or it's a wild boar. For a tiger, it's quite different, everybody is alert, vigilant. But the man who has killed a tiger will be received at the village gate by a close female relative, usually an aunt, who will put the traditional wrap around him to shield him from the angry tiger spirit, that has been killed. So these rituals were there, giving the tiger equivalent status to that of a man's life. And I've always wanted, to delve into ecology more. I know Manohar Shetty has written such wonderful poems about, all creatures, great and small, and that is really wonderful, I think, that is a kind of tribute we pay as writers to, apart from the big, actions of pollution, climate change. And I've always wanted a blurb, with ecology, but my editor said, oh no, this is sounding, very, very long and convoluted, and he put my friend Keki Daruwalas with all due respect and love, so I thought so be it. But some things are there I think you need to press for, even punctuation in poetry I feel is like it's a serious matter, I think, no?
Yeah. I think we're getting a signal from the back for finishing. So I just have a request. I would request you to read The White Shirts of Summer. And then perhaps we can end with Birthplace, which is the last poem.
Yeah. I'm sitting in the middle, so I'm getting the mic from both these wonderful gentlemen. Before anything else, thank you so much, for this session where I seem to be the only one doing the talking and the reading. This is The White Shirts of Summer. It's a new poem. The afternoon sun burns heart-stopping. The movement of shadows is the length and stealth of a cheetah. Farewell to the room and the small fountain that kept summer surging around us. Now that the going is certain, the dawn is pinned to my hair, gust of sweet fragrance lifting in the breeze, radiant the white shirts of summer. Without a map, skimming over patches of land, nothing was calculated. Love was our prize, our sword, our priceless amulet. Your face in the clouds' rapture, soft words, slow hands, and the light falling white on the white shirts of summer. Slipping a knot far from shore, deep troughs of water, then we were bouncing high, touching the moon. Rivers of sand, grey mountains of the sea. When moments vanish, a finger of sun touches my face, closing the distance, salt white, oracle blue. An ocean deep throws a wave, knocking the boats in our hearts, forever and forever, radiant the white shirts of summer. Mustansir is insisting we can close with this poem, I think, Birthplace. We are the children of the rain, of the cloud woman, brother to the stone and bat. In our cradle of bamboo and vine, in our long houses we slept, and when morning came, we were refreshed. There were no strangers in our valley. Recognition was instant as clan by clan we grew, and destiny was simple, like a green shoot, following direction, like the sun and moon. The first drop of water gave birth to man, from red sheath to green stem and the spreading wind. We descend from solitude and miracles. Thank you.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mamang, and thank you, Robin, for this lovely, lovely conversation. And I'd just like to end by saying that Mamang mentioned that this is a book full of love, but I do feel it is also a book full of grace, and the intertwining of nature and grace and love makes this an intensely readable book of poems, which I sincerely urge you all to enjoy. So thank you so much for reading for us. It was a great delight. Vivek.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to this dream team of poets and to Mamang Dai. Congratulations on the launch of your new book. That's the end of our lunch. It's lunchtime now, so please choose to buy your books and get them signed outside by Mamang. I would like to urge everyone one more time that Mamang and Robin and Mustansir will all be reading at the most stunning location in Goa Nivas later this evening. That event begins at 6 o'clock. Please be sure to send the email addresses on each one of the festival doors. But there's a woman named Teja Naik at the International Center who needs to receive either your Aadhaar card or a passport picture. However, you can also show up at the gate with your Aadhaar card or your passport and you will be allowed in. Do not miss that session. A final big hand and thank you very much for being here. Please join us again later for a full afternoon of events in all 3 sessions. Anyone needs a lunch is being served outside and you can also come talk to me.
Made into a film on Netflix. She's a graphic designer with almost 3 decades of experience in advertising and media. She has worked with all the big ad agencies and she's passionate about animal rights, music, swimming and tattoos. She's an excellent illustrator and you will see that at the Broadway bookstall outside you will be able to pick up some of her illustrations as well. In conversation with her is Clyde D'Souza, the author of Susegard and a podcaster. More about him, I'll ask him to introduce himself. The book will be released now or? Okay, then we'll just wait for the camera person to come. The events in this room are being live streamed, so smile.
Okay, thank you so much, Gautami. And just a quick introduction about myself. Firstly, I'm really glad to be here amongst all of you and happy to launch Bina's new book. So my name is Clyde D'Souza. I am the author of Susegard, The Goan Art of Contentment. I'm also a podcast host. My podcast is called Susegard Stories from Goa. And I try and do a lot of videos on Instagram. So I don't know, I'm some kind of influencer, I don't know. But I just like creating videos on Goa on Instagram. So yeah, that's about me. Do we want to wait for the photographer or should we start? Okay, great.
Everybody, thank you, Clyde, for doing this. And thank you. Hello?
Check. For a minute.
Hello? Yeah. So I want to thank Clyde for doing this and to all of you who've come here, and I hope you guys enjoyed this session. I'm also looking forward to some questions from you because my book is on influencers and influencing is a hot topic right now. So we'll just hold the cover.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, so now that I've introduced myself and Bina has introduced herself and we've launched the book, let's start with jumping into the introduction of our character. I'm just going to read a couple of lines, Bina. So the best thing about a book is the introduction, the first few opening lines, and Bina does a great job of it. She did it with Starfish Pickle as well, and this one does not disappoint. So this is it. She rides in the trajectory of a falling object, lost in the chatter inside her head. The object smashes her scooter's headlight, bounces off its front fender, and somersaults 5 times on the asphalt, like a decapitated head. Madhu screeches to a halt, her heart pummeling inside her mouth. So yeah, I just love that opening scene, and I was like, okay, this book is going to be fun. So Beena, just tell us about your character and the book itself. How did you come about focusing on influencers?
Yeah. So this starting scene is what happens on the Dear Zindagi road. So a little background. There is this tiny road in Parra which was used in a movie called Dear Zindagi. At that time, we were all very thrilled about it, to see it in the film. And in the beginning, immediately after the movie, there were all these tourists who would stop locals and ask, "Ye Dear Zindagi road kahan hai?" And we used to be very proud of it.
Yeah.
But that trickle turned into a flood.
Right.
And I live very close to that place in Parra, and that road used to be my jogging track. And a lot of people would go for their morning walks and evening walks. And in COVID, there was this new breed of tourists that started coming, and they called themselves influencers. And they would just block this road, and there would be like minivans, almost like a film shoot is happening.
Various poses.
Various poses, lying on the floor, I'm lying on the road. So that's why I start my thing with a coconut falling on an influencer's head. Because I'm like, maybe people should realize, like, you're hanging around near coconut trees, how many people die with a coconut falling on their head? So it's like a warning sign, basically.
Lovely. Yeah, the other thing that kind of grabs your attention, of course, is the title of the book, which is the obvious play on Instagram, so Goa Gram.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the title. How did you come about it?
Yeah, the obvious thing is Instagram, but also Gram means village, and Goa is actually a village. So, and another thing, my friend Sonia, who's here, she told me that gram is also the chana that we give out during feasts, so it works at different levels.
Yeah, it's layered. The title is like really layered. Yeah, I think a lot of people from Delhi, Goa, Gurugram and all that are going to really, connect with the title as well.
Where's this Goa Gram? I hope that's the next question.
Yeah, let's hope that it doesn't change the entire name of Goa itself. Okay, so now the other thing about the book, of course, is one of the scenes in which the character goes to have roast omelette, and the owner of the roast omelette cart, he looks at her phone, he checks her out on Instagram, and he says, "Sobale Delhi videos mure," right? Yeah. And I remember one of my aunts, whenever she sees people taking selfies, wherever, instead of saying Saiba Bogos, she says selfie Bogos. Okay, so now, what's your take on influencers through your book, and do you find them annoying, or do you find like it's like a double-edged sword?
I started out getting annoyed. I mean, I kind of tell everybody that, I wrote this book in anger, but it ended in understanding. Because let's face it, I mean, we as in the middle-aged people in this room, we are the ones who unleashed the monster of social media. We were the first adopters. And most of the influencers today were either babies or not even born in 2007 when Facebook started. And I just asked myself, I kind of looked back to my own posts on Facebook in the early days, and to anybody it would seem like I was showing off,
Right.
Just photographing things around me, my house, my drawings, sometimes the things my dog used to do, my daughter's accomplishments. It was a way of showing off, and it's part of human nature to show off. How we do it and at what levels differs from person to person, but we are always putting out something there. And I feel that the influencers are only copying the elders, like whatever we have done as right now the middle-aged people here. We started this problem, so now we are just sowing the seeds of what...
It's all our fault.
Reaping what we sowed, actually. So, yeah, so I mean, when I realized this, I felt like it should be a more gentler look at influencing and understanding what drives them to do this.
Right. I remember one of the scenes in the book. Again, it's also vivid. So Maddie, as you call her mother, she goes to Vagator and she wants to take this perfect Instagram photograph that will, get her followers up by hundreds and thousands of people and multiple likes and all of that. So. And I think you approach that topic very well, where she does something which is not really sensitive to to the culture. But as Goans being Goans, they are kind of very accepting, cooperating, and these fisher folk come and help her.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So anything about that?
I don't want to give away too many things, but basically, what. There's this, she goes to Vagator and there's this Shiva head, which is, everybody's favorite selfie point, and people do all kinds of weird things there. And because I feel this is Goa and Goans are very accommodating, nobody said anything. But if it were in the north and if there was a woman wearing a bikini doing anything near anything to do with a Shiva head, it would be off with your head. So so there's that bit in the book, and then you can see how when she becomes famous, that same post causes a problem. When a wider audience gets to see it, she gets into a problem. So that's just one of the things I've dealt with.
Yeah. The other thing that I found very interesting in the book is, of course, the use of language, right? And yes, there is Konkani, but very interestingly, there's also a bit of Hindi, and especially the Delhi style of Hindi. So I think one of the terms that I never thought I'd ever read is obrigado ji. And that's what Bina has done in the book. So how do you incorporate language and terms and idioms into your books?
So I tend to write my dialogues the way we all speak. I mean, and as a Goan who was born and brought up in Bombay, I'm good with Marathi, Hindi, English, and Konkani. So when I'm speaking with friends, I will be using all of it. One sentence will have words from everything. Now, I'm not good with Portuguese, but my dad was very good. My mom, unfortunately, studied at St. Mary's, so she did her studying in English. But my dad used to speak Portuguese. My mom understood whenever he didn't want me or my sister to get. So when they would be scolding or discussing our marks, they would be speaking in Portuguese. So I've put a little bit of Portuguese in the thing because she stays with a landlady who is of the older generation, and she still speaks a bit of Portuguese.
Right. Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, you have to read the book to check out the way that Bina has integrated various terms, and especially the language and the style that today's kids and youth talk, especially the ones from Delhi, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming to again the character Maddie, right? A lot of your characters, even in the first book and now especially in this book, they're always independent, fun, fearless, and that's the trajectory that we see, and they go through this arc, right? So you want to tell us a little bit about this character, Maddie?
So Maddie is actually Madhur Chopra, and she is she's done fashion design from NIFT, and unfortunately, just when she was about to open her boutique, COVID happened, and she comes to Goa to be a fashion influencer. And the main thing about her being an influencer is to be able to sell all these dresses that she had made to sell via her boutique, but because of COVID, there's a lockdown, and but Goa didn't have a lockdown. As if Goa existed on some other planet, everybody came here and without masks. Yeah. So she goes around being a fashion influencer and a travel influencer, and the main purpose of influencing is to be able to sell her clothes. And then like the kind of sticky situations she gets into and how she gets out of it, and I don't want to give away everything.
Buy the book.
Read the book.
Okay, so the other thing, of course, that we all love about Goa is its landscape. It's unmistakable landscape which we all love and care about so much. Whether it's the churches dotting various hills, or the rivers, or the mangroves. So there are lots of places that you feature in the book, and I'm guessing that these are from your own personal places that you would ride by. So tell us a little bit about some of them.
So I go around on my scooter, and long journey, so my mind drifts, and I kind of make up stories while riding, and so sometimes some of them stick, sometimes I see something happening on the street and it kind of lands up in the book. It just kind of shows up in some of my stories. But since we are talking about places and all, I want to ask you, as an influencer, what have you faced? Because and there's a very interesting thing which is in the book, which is female influencers, women influencers have it a lot harder than the male influencers. So I want to ask you, how has it been for you?
Sure. Yeah. So I agree with you completely. I mean, definitely, I think women and girls influencers, they definitely have a different ball game to deal with, in terms of safety and all of that. And as I think as male influencers, that's something that we don't have to worry as much. But I just remember this incident, just we were talking earlier. And so what happened again was when I started documenting videos on Instagram, especially for my book and for my podcast and all of that. I remember in Aldona, I was just driving along and I saw this really old house. It looked, like desolate and all of that. And I just wanted to take a photograph of the well. The well also didn't look like it was in working condition. So I don't know if that lady is here. I hope she's not. Okay, but so I took a photograph of the well, just the well, nothing else, because it just looked kind of haunted or whatever. And suddenly this lady comes running out from one of the doors, okay, and she's like, "Kida kutta hai, kida kutta hai?" And I'm like, okay, chill. I'm like, photo geta. So she's like, kida geta hai photo and all that. So I said, no, I just thought that the well was good looking and all that. I'm not putting it anywhere. I just took a photograph. So she's like, na ata delete kor. So fortunately our phones have the delete thing, but I can always retrieve it. So I deleted it in front of her, but I did not use it. But that's just a journey of, when you start creating. And I mean, I know everybody uses the word influencer, but I think like all I'm doing is documenting and creating videos. So when I created that was my journey of maybe being a little more sensitive, even if it was a desolate and a house that looked empty, maybe don't do that and becoming a little more sensitive towards that. Yeah. But otherwise, I think my focus generally as a creator is to kind of put the spotlight on the doers, on the people of Goa rather than the things and the touristy aspects. So I think that's been my journey, and I think like you said, with this book itself, people should get more sensitive towards issues. So now the next thing, of course, now the other thing that you do, Bina, very well is sketches. Okay, so the first book also had that. This book also, I think there are about 5 or 6 sketches more.
I think around 8.
Right? Yeah. So I think many chapters come with your unique style of sketching, which is very surreal. Almost. It's always black and white. So one of the ones, my favorite one actually, is the one where Maddie wears the bride gown, the bridal gown of Mrs. Coutinho, right? Yeah, so we want to show that, So that's like a really beautiful sketch that's featured in the book and many other sketches as well. And this, she's sitting under a 4-poster bed with a chandelier above her, right? That's nice.
More, so
just tell us a bit about them.
So this is in the book where she.
The closer.
Just. So this is a scene in the book where the landlady she's staying with shows her old wedding gown and says, "You think only you can stitch good clothes? See what I did when I was younger." So she makes her wear the dress, and then Maddie decides that it'll make a great picture for Instagram. So then she sets up a tripod and takes the picture. And then
I really love this one also. It's like it's
so
very
there's one. This is actually a homage to a tree in my own house in Para. So I've used that tree, and basically Maddie is having like some kind of a breakdown. So she goes and she sleeps in the roots of the tree.
Yeah, the tree kind of resembles a womb for her, where she's getting some safety.
Figure.
Yeah.
And this is just like. So basically my mom used to be a very good seamstress, so all this fascination with Singer sewing machines comes from there.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, the other thing that I generally do when I pick up a book, I look at the dedication. Who has the author dedicated the book to? So in your dedication, you've said in memory of my mother's seamstress days.
Yeah, so basically my mom used to be a very good seamstress. Now she's old, and most of the stitching terminology and a lot of the feel of the things that happen with the machine and all, when Maddie, who is a more modern woman and who's seen the new singers, is for the first time seeing the old singer and her reaction to it, all that is basically me talking about my memories of my mother's sewing machine.
Lovely. Yeah. So now I think I know everybody's had lunch, but you have to hear a little bit about roast omelette from Bina. So Bina, would you like to read a little bit from that chapter?
Oh, it's not working? Okay. I prefer my hands free while reading, but
hold it?
no, it's okay. Yeah, so like he said, there are some dialogues in Konkani, some in Hindi, and in the book there is a translation, but I'm just going to read straight without the translation. So, chapter 3, Almost Famous. Wait, I need to wear my glasses. Yeah. Bhaiya, एक रोस्ट ऑमलेट कितने का है? She asked the food cart owner. A group of laborers turn around and stare at her. Madhur gets irritated. Side do, she says to them curtly and moves closer to the cart. Which one you want, madam? The middle-aged man asks her, plating omelets and pouring ladles of curry on top. His son, standing beside him, sprinkles fistfuls of chopped onion and coriander garnish on top of each plate and serves the laborers. We have chicken roast omelette, fish roast omelette, mutton roast omelette, chicken liver roll and shawarma. She peers inside 3 earthen pots containing curries in 3 different colors: mustard yellow, dark brown and orangish red. They smell different too. It's time for her sales pitch. Omelette wale bhaiya, my name is Madhur. I'm a famous fashion influencer and travel blogger. He interrupts her. I'm Peter. Don't call me omelette wale bhaiya. Sorry bhaiya, I mean Peter. So जैसे मैं बोल रही थी, I want to shoot a video of your roast omelette stall for my Instagram and YouTube channels. I have 50,000 followers. Your stall will become famous. He ponders over her spiel, flipping 4 omelettes on a large skillet and wiping his sweaty brow with his free hand. His son whispers something. Peter shushes him. Means you'll put video on internet? He asks Madhur. Yes, she says triumphantly, relieved that he comprehends her proposal. His son, meanwhile, pulls out an iPhone from his trouser pocket. What's your channel called? I have 2 channels, Maddie Vlogs from Goa and Mad Fashions, she says and waits as he scrolls. Sogre Delhi videos mare. Only 5 from Goa, he says to his dad. Useless. Useless? Madhur asks angrily. I just came here a week ago. I'll make more videos, just wait and see. Then you'll feel bad you didn't get a video on Maddie Vlogs from Goa. Peter scolds his son and, looking apologetically at Madhur, he asks, why you will put my video on internet? What you want? Before she can respond, he says, I give no money, okay? Madhur swallows hard. Okay, Peter, for you, no money. I will shoot a video of you making the dishes, then I'll interview you and I'll eat every dish. Madam, looking at your size only, I'm telling you, you will not finish even 1 roast omelette. Forget roll and shawarma. I will taste little by little and take the rest home. Okay then, rupees 350 for 5 items. No, bhaiya, aap samjhe nahi. Sorry, Peter, you give free because I'm putting video on internet. She points to her phone screen. Then my followers will come and eat here. 50,000 people? He asks. Not that many, but 500 for sure. Tomorrow? No, slowly, over a month. Heh, I get more than that every week, he tells her. I close shop now. You buy or not? Peter Bhaiya, please, 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 Peter Bhaiya. दी रहता का भीक मागूं येता ही कलावंता खोय सकून दोन जाणा. Peter starts shouting. His son starts packing rolls and omelets on the double, while mother cowers, wondering if she should run again. Take. The son hands her a largish parcel. Interview? She asks. Ghara what's? Go home, shouts Peter. A terrified mother slings the parcel on a scooter's handlebar and zips away.
Lovely. By the way, Peter, the rose omelette guy is outside. Okay, so yeah, that was lovely, and like we said, it really brings out the character, the language, everything about Goa. So yeah, that was wonderful. One more thing now, the last question that I have is that, you said in the beginning that the book was born out of anger, but now you hope that it ends in understanding. So what do you think is the takeaway that readers should get from this book?
Hello? Yeah. So, if I think we should be a little kinder to influencers. First of all, I think we should understand what is influencing. A lot of people don't understand it. It's here to stay, it's not going away. There was a time when, we probably realized that because we were in the media, the models, film stars, your cricketers, they were the influencers. Except we would call them endorsements and they would get paid for it. But currently we are all living in this gig economy, so everybody feels that they can make money on their own and they do not have to be part of any organization. So it's like everybody is an entrepreneur. Everybody wants to monetize everything they own, whether it is, and we in Goa are used to this, like giving out the entire house to tourists while, we live in one room. Now people are, Airbnb is taking the idea from Goa, I'll say. So, as we go forward, I feel since we've unleashed this beast, we can contain it. And just telling them nicely not to do something if they're doing something wrong, just explaining it to them. Sometimes when people from other parts of India come to Goa and they don't understand the culture, it's our job to tell them about it. It's our job to tell them if they are doing anything wrong. For instance, what I used to do on that Dear Zindagi road, I used to jog, so I used to photobomb a lot of influencers. And I would peek into their camera their mobile frames and tell them, what, their framing is not good, try it this way. Nice. Do something different, or don't come in the middle of the road, take it from here too. Get down in the field. Nobody wants to get down in the field. There are fields on both sides of the road. You'll get better angles from there.
Correct.
So if you just give them a little bit of advice, tell them what not to do, I'm sure they will listen instead of, kind of getting aggressive with them or sometimes physically violent, abusive. These are just kids who are trying hard to earn money, and we've made the world shitty for them, I feel, and now we need to help course correct, and we can help them get better.
Yeah, let's hope that Goagram does that for sure.
That's too big an ask.
In a small way.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so can you hear me? The mic is clear, right? Okay.
So if there are any questions,
yeah, if you guys have any questions, then please feel free.
It's too early. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about how do you write? Where do you find the time? What pushes you?
Time?
I mean, the whole thing around
Yeah. So time, I hardly sleep. Okay. So how do I write? I mean, basically, see, it's usually something that kind of, it can be anger, it can be, what really bothered me was, actually this book was written between two design assignments. So I was frustrated with the design assignments and I took a break by writing. And usually it's something that's happening in my life or in the surrounding that triggers an idea. And for me, that first scene is important. If I can get my first scene in the book, then the book writes itself. So just idly jogging on that road one day, I was like, why doesn't a coconut fall on that influencer? You know? But unfortunately, the Parra Panchayat has cleared all the coconut trees. They kind of take them out so that no coconut falls on any influencer. So, yeah.
Yeah, to add to that question, I just want to ask you as well, because I have when I write, I have like this particular time that I'll always write at, and it's generally in the morning, and a certain number of words. So do you follow any process like that?
No, I don't write. I write any time. I'm not like a morning or night writer. I write whenever I get the time. But a lot of people have this funda of 500 words a day. I don't follow that. I sometimes do 20,000 words a day. If I'm like totally crazed,
Wow.
then there will be no eating, there will be no drinking, which is a good thing. Then there's no shitting also. So, you know, no time wasting, just writing.
Just writing. That's the output.
Yeah. So I won't go by any 500 words. It's whatever comes out. Maybe one day there'll be just one line that comes out, and that's very good.
Okay.
So
nice. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah. You want to?
Yeah, Beena.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to read this
Thank
book.
you.
The first novel had me enthralled. Being a fine arts person, you kind of embed your fine arts into this work. That's one thing I appreciate of you. And the second part is, how far do you negotiate with fact and fiction in a work like this? Where there's so many things which are real, and you bring it into a fictional world.
Yeah.
And the third is, how do you look forward to take this into a movie? To make
I don't think this is going to become a movie. Don't have any expectations.
Check.
Okay, keep that in there. Yeah. No.
Check.
Yeah.
It's working.
It's working. Hello? Yeah. So first is, the visual part. So I, because of the art background and because of the advertising background, I'm used to, most writers do think visually, but I also start drawing as I'm writing. I kind of start drawing. And the second thing was about, what was the second part of your question? Fact and fiction. Yeah, so that's like, that should be like a guesswork for the reader. Like, you should be, because I don't want to give away. A lot of it it's like I feel all fiction is based on facts. And then that's when it feels real. And there's something Michelle, what was that quote, Michelle, I don't know if she's here, about I won't tell you which is which. I think Hemingway said something to that effect. So, I mean, I mix up both, and like the thing about the stitching bit was basically my memories of my mother's stitching, which is then superimposed onto a character. So it's not like that lady is totally like my mother, but she's got a sewing machine like my mother. The last bit is no movie happening. So, but I must tell you that since everybody knows about the disaster that happened with Starfish, so my agent did call me up for this book and said that there is an interest, but they want to change the character a bit. They want her to do something which was out of character for her. And before I could put my foot down, or he put his foot down. So basically, I guess as you get a little, with my first book that helped me to establish myself, so with the second book, like, you know, he was willing to put his foot down for me. So, yeah. We are done actually, ahead of time, if no questions. Yeah.
About influences are an integral part today of social media. How do you think going forward social media also includes, I mean, in sense AI and all that influence the craft of writing?
That is a totally different thing but that's separate. It's very different from. Okay, what I will say is a lot of influencers are taking help from Chat GPT and your programs that help you write, because a lot of them are not good at writing. So suddenly I see posts from friends who cannot write to save, and they are writing some fantastic things, and these are just them putting up posts of holidays somewhere. So yes, but it does feel very fake when you read it too. And influencing, I hope, will get a little more organized. Because if you look back when modeling started, way back in say in the 50s, 60s, there were no modeling agencies. Right now everything is corporatized, so models are represented by agents and they are taken care of. But I remember when I started in advertising, only the top models had the protection. The ones who would come for the smaller jobs, which are called catalog photography, where you have to do 100 dress changes in a day, they would have to change behind trees and all. They would get no rooms, nothing. So something similar is happening with influencers. Everybody is like their own, company or their own, and no one's rights are being protected. That they've not even formulated any, rules and regulations. So I hope it kind of gets regularized. They all organize and, get together and do something which is good for them as well as for us.
Yeah, it's a bit of a jungle out there right now where there are no rules as such, so everyone's finding their way.
Yeah.
And I guess
it's a new profession.
Yeah, and like you mentioned that they're all just trying their best. They're just trying to enhance their own life experience. So maybe we should also be sensitive to what they're doing. Yeah.
And I feel, some of the more conscientious influencers like you, Clyde, then even there is Clarice Vaz, and I can see Nicole over there, Nicole Suarez. A lot of the Goan influencers I see are way more sensitized because I guess we're used to this place, and basically our culture is like that. I think that also plays a big role. Are doing a much better job, and the content is always good. It's never crazy, flamboyant, and just trying to do something just for likes, or doing something just to standing on your head to be noticed, stuff nobody does. So I think a lot of influencers can learn from people like you and do it the right way, because when it's done the right way, everybody looks forward to content from you or from Clarice Vaz or from Nicole, who's won a lot of photography competitions for the pictures that she takes. So, yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay, any more questions or we'll close the session? Sure.
I'm just understanding what influencer means. Do you think, Beena, that you're first an artist and a writer, and then somebody who will put videos and photography onto the internet? And do you feel that you're first a photographer and a video taker, and then a writer?
I think that for a lot of us, they go together, because I'm from advertising, so I would do copy and art myself.
Yes.
So I don't think of them as two separate functions. They happen simultaneously in my head. So I cannot say, though I will say design pays more than writing, so I'm lucky that way. I don't have to depend on the writing.
Yes, it does.
So, so the way I would look at the question is that there are two aspects. Emotionally, we need to connect to an audience, and emotionally you can connect through various senses, the eyes or the ears. So there's audio, video, and of course the written word. So they all kind of touch your senses in different ways, but they all go together, like Beena said. And if you can manage to do all three, then that's great. So that's how I look at it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And another thing, like a lot of the influencers who started this thing, today they are getting into being filmmakers. So they are all going to graduate to something bigger. If we remember when call centers started, that was the big thing like 20 years ago. And now all, like at some point the kids realize that you can't just, survive with the money. You got to study further, you got to get a better job, because you can't go beyond a point in a call center. All those kids have now gone on and started their own things, or some of them have studied further. So I feel even influencers slowly will grow and get into something more. Like a lot of them have their own companies, and they give out, they do advertising for clients, and it goes beyond just like taking pictures of yourself. They then start promoting products and things. So then they become mini ad agencies basically.
That's in the next book.
No. Enough now. My third book will be on Bombay.
Okay. All right. I think so. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
We stuck to our time, no? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beena and Clyde. I'm glad there's another book coming. I'm a great fan of Beena's writing, so I look forward to reading this book. There's going to be a 5-minute break. Don't go away. There's going to be a lot more interesting book releases today. Another 3 to come. Welcome back, everyone. A lot of the noise from the Goa Writers Group.
What do you expect? Precious bunch.
Okay, so here's another brilliant conversation. Feel the pressure? We have Selma Carvalho's book, Notes on a Marriage. I've read her first book, Sisterhood of Swans, and if that's anything to go by, this is going to be brilliant. She's a prize-winning British Asian writer and author of 3 non-fiction books documenting the Goan presence in colonial East Africa. Her poetry and fiction have been widely published, and she's won several contests as well. Potato. Okay. In conversation with her is Jerry Pinto, whom I'm not going to introduce at all, and Dr. Rachna Patni, who's a consultant specializing in the emotion in organizations with a focus on well-being and performance. I'm going to leave the introduction short. I hope you'll all add on to this, and you'll get a sign at the back when your time is up.
I'll say this. I'll say this quickly. I enjoyed Selma Carvalho's Sisterhood of Swans. I had grim suspicions when the book was sent to me, because someone rang me up and said this is a lovely lyrical book, and I thought, oh, heaven preserve us from lyrical books. But because often the lyrical can collapse into the self-involved and can collapse into a book that actually deals more with the decorations of language than an investigation of the spirit. But I'm really happy to say that within 5 pages I knew I was safe. Selma is that rare writer who can be beautiful and also be perceptive about how the human spirit operates, especially under stress. And the odd thing about Selma's ability to discern that, her visual acuity, her emotional perceptiveness, is a lot of this stress happens within the matrix of the family. And this, I think, if we all look at ourselves without sentiment, we know that the people who love us are the people who can hurt us most because they know where our vulnerabilities are. So Selma, thank you for 2 lovely novels. I'm now handing this over to Rachna for the rest of the time. I will not be mansplaining or in any way intervening except to laugh at the appropriate points. Okay, this one might be.
Hello. Yeah. Is this working? Yeah. Hi. So I am the interlocutor. And I have to warn you, this is not planned at all. We're just going to fire, she's going to fire some questions at me, and I'm going to do the best I can. Okay. So I wanted to start with a few words from your book. Anju, let me tell you about marriage. You wonder where the bottom is in a marriage. Then you hit the bottom and it gives way, and you discover there are further depths to sink to, further degradations you're willing to endure. You sink lower and lower still. You lose yourself, but you still survive because you have the will to survive. Nothing else matters but your survival. Create a universe, populate it with thought, live in it. That's how we survive, by creating our own personal universe. That's how I survived. So, when I was reading the book, there were so many sentences in there which seemed like They were, distilled sentences that had come at the end of a therapy session. Or, when, say, if I've done something therapeutic and written out all of the notes, and then I want to come down to this one sentence that picks up what I need to keep in my pocket for the next session. I think there's a lot of that in here. So there's a lot of wisdom about surviving, and it's not done in a lofty way. It's very kind of embodied, grainy, textured wisdom, and I was really impressed that despite the dreadful bits that marriage can be, you still manage to, keep it together. So this keeping it together and the various motivations that force us, allow us, enable us to keep it together. So I wanted to start off with asking you, what do you think are the motivations that keep the marriages in this book together?
I was last night for some odd reason reading The Sisterhood of Swans, and in that I think the protagonist is completely the polar opposite of Anju. I think you've read Sisterhood as well, isn't it? And in that, Anju just says, I can't deal with this man and I'm leaving. And in here, in this, Anna-Marie says, and Anju says, here, there's a kind of a perseverance. And it really struck me that even within me as a writer, a single writer, having written and authored both the books, there's such a dichotomy. And I think that really is what human emotion is. It's very dichotomous, and that's what marriage is. It's a marriage or long-term commitment, whatever you want to call it. It exists on a very, very wide spectrum of emotion. On the one hand, you have, I can't deal with this, and I've got to leave this relationship for my personal well-being. And on the other hand, you have a perseverance. And I think marriage is just one of those very, very, for the sake of brevity, let's call it marriage, but let's include all long-term committed relationships in it. Is one of those very, very complex organisms which defies morality. It's a very amoral institution. It defies legislation. You cannot legislate it with any kind of rules or supervise it in any meaningful manner. So at the one end of the spectrum of society, we have a free-for-all, entirely interpersonal freedoms. On the other end of the spectrum, we have a kind of a police state legislating marriage and all institutions. And on that wide spectrum is where most of us lie. So I think in this book, I just wanted to explore that. How do we persevere? Is it an institution that is in any way relevant to the 21st century? And is it under attack? And what is its relevance? Is perhaps something even if you don't go away with that whilst reading the book, I've kind of elaborated on this on supplementary think pieces that have appeared elsewhere. So that was the overall theme that I was exploring.
So as I was, is this mic?
Married people, put up your hands. Come on, bravely, bravely. Married people who believe the institution is relevant, keep your hands up.
Oh my God.
Okay, thank you.
That's a very small minority, I see. Again, I'm battling.
Relevant or relevant? Irrelevant. Oh my
So I think that's a very, important direction. These days, there is a virtue in
a short shelf life of relationships. There's almost a requirement that if you are able to commit to self-love, then you will be able to say no to toxic love, and it's defined very cleanly. I am self, everything else is toxic. And there's this impetus that you can only show self-love by rejecting, and it's often the narcissist, and that's always the other. And there are so many social media feeds which are just about feeding our own narcissism, that we are not narcissists. It's always the other. And I thought that you wouldn't fall for that, and I was so relieved, because I've had it with people kind of talking about personal development and transformation, and like the threshold for that is, I was able to learn to say no. And it's like, okay, have you learned to say no to yourself? And I think that's what's blurring nowadays. And for me, the container of a relationship, whatever name you want to give it, if it's a container that you're not going to leave, like you're going to cook this khichdi, it's not going to leave the pressure cooker, then something will materialize. And if you think of marriage as an alchemical container, there are elemental things that will happen in the relationship. And that's what I got in your stories, because there are a few stories about relationships in there. And what do you think makes people not burst the safety valve and escape? Because it is very often like an alembic pressure cooker. Yeah.
I think you've really hit the spot there. Even though we've not discussed this and scripted this, the concept of self-love has become just so widespread in the 21st century. And I don't know if you've read it, because you've taken the words straight out of Louise Perry's book, The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. And Louise Perry makes, she's a feminist, but she's a very different sort of feminist, and she's really come to the conclusion that that committed relationships are in danger at the moment. And this concept that we can focus on ourselves endlessly and that will mean something in the end is just a very flawed concept. But I don't want to kind of sit here and sermonize, because all of these experiences, whether it's love, whether it's marriage, whether it's sex, all of these are personal experiences, and we come at it from our own sense of our own self and our own experiences. But it's very much a truism that the pendulum has shifted to what used to be a holistic way of looking at things, at society, and so which has now become more centered, self-centered. So a lot of things that we took for granted are disappearing, are collapsing. Neighborhoods, for instance, extended families. I'm not saying that these should exist in exactly the same form, but these are the things that have held society together. And I think we've really arrived at a point where, seriously, we're asking ourselves, is marriage something that we should also save? And none of us has the answer to that. But we can have at this juncture important discussions as to where do we head from here.
Yes, and that's why at points in your story I was like, okay, if this was to happen in India, because there's something about a dramatic reaction to events in personal life, right? And there's a muted or a stoic response, and there's some cultures where you'd expect one more than the other, and I think you've set it in England, and there's a certain kind of emotions in England drizzle
in Goa, it's a thunderstorm, right? So there's something about like, and I feel that about even Ian McEwan's writing or in Atonement or something like that, that it always feels like a pale pink rather than Rani pink, you know. So how was it for you to situate it there? And do you, like if I were to ask you that if you were to situate the same kind of relationships in a different cultural milieu, what would shift?
Yeah, that's interesting. I've got, well, Anna Marie was Goan, and she had Goan parents, and there's one honorary Goan in here who appears for one Christmas dinner, one lone Christmas dinner. But as far as setting goes, and there's a lot of setting is almost another character in my books, particularly the second one. I just cannot write if I've not woken up that morning, if I've not taken the long walk and observed those things around me. So as far as setting goes, I cannot exist outside that milieu. As far as characters go, I think, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'm creating universal characters. And I'm very, very lucky with my publisher who's Speaking Tiger. Not many people take that chance of publishing something that's set abroad because, you know, it's got to be something that's set in India. But how relevant are my characters to India? I think, honestly, like you say, if the West sneezes, we catch a cold. You know, things are so transferable now with social media, attitudes are transferable, and I don't think there's any non-recognition of these selves that are existing in my books. I think perhaps sort of open relationships are not so open, but I think as far as one's sexuality, one's commitment goes, I think they're pretty crossover, yeah.
I found that the characters were mature. There was a lot less time spent on, fanning the rage or something like that. So it felt meditative to me, as I was reading. And it was almost like a grown-up response. And, maybe the setting allows for that. Like, I think, in the snow and the cold, does something change in the way we have emotion flowing through our bodies? Those were the kind of questions that came up for me, and it was really beautiful actually to go into the detail and the texture of your setting, and especially the second-hand bookstore, which is another institution really.
Yes, really.
So, are you aware of any real-life romance in a second-hand bookstore?
Maybe that's just wishful thinking that I'm going to go to a second-hand bookstore and meet a Jerry Pinto there or something. Look into his blue eyes, chuck my husband of 24 years, run away. No, but like you said,
after all, a pretty boy, right?
but you haven't seen my husband, so yeah. That's for everyone else. Well, the second-hand bookstore is really an institution, isn't it? And I just that's something that even my agent said, "Oh my God, that's the reason I want to represent you," kind of thing. But no, it is a more mature protagonist here than Anna Marie. Anna Marie is very wild, and she's younger. And here, Anju is older. She's more restrained, and I think what I wanted to kind of develop in this character is a counter to today's culture. which is very impulsive, which is very driven by social media and the urgency of things. And I'm I have a young daughter who's 19, so she's a young woman, and I'm very observant of her life and the sort of relationships that await her. And I'm very conscious that, the sort of expectation there is in her generation is so influenced by social media, particularly the men. There's so, I really feel that long-term marriages are under threat because of the accessibility of pornography, because of the accessibility of sex on apps like Tinder. There is no understanding of, there's such a denigration of things like friendship, of things that make us truly human, of wanting to spend time. So that is something that weighs on me, my daughter's life, my life, and my mother's life. And you'll see very often my writing has this three-generational aspect to it. So my mother got married when she was 25. For her generation, she was fairly old. She got married to a man that she fell in love with. They spent the next 60 years together. They raised 3 kids. And if I look at my daughter's generation now, she can't expect any of that will happen to her with any amount of certainty. What she can expect is that she's going to meet a whole load of men. She's going to have a whole load of casual sex, at the end of which she may or may not come away with a committed relationship. And I then have to wonder, has there really been a sexual revolution for us women? Have we really asserted our agency, or has there been a loss of agency?
And I think these are really touchy topics because...
So let me go in the second row.
Yeah.
So just be careful about the sex.
Sorry?
I know there's a minor.
Oh. That really made me lose my train of thought. Yeah. I was reflecting also on this thing about, the mother, the daughter, and so the protagonist's mother and the protagonist's daughter, even though not yet born.
Yeah.
How much of what we are able to accept and expect in a relationship is about what we have experienced or observed. And if all of the role modeling is taken over by influenced media, what is it that we are left to feed ourselves with in terms of the spirit of a relationship? And where, what do you feel are the safeguards against, some sort of bleak future? It doesn't have to be the institution of marriage as we know it, but the strength of companionship which provides enough friction for you to polish yourself, right? If that were to disappear, then I think we would all be a lot more in the bumbling idiots category, and we would all think we have evolved. So, when is evolution not the same thing as change? And what do you feel about the relationship of marriage in this regard?
I think really, well, I mean, you've nailed it there, talking about the sort of influence that we have on society. But when we talk about changes, the one thing that happens in our world is change. But I'm very struck with the fact that the changes that are taking place are not really changes that are positively affecting women. Okay? So if we look at the easy accessibility to relationships, casual or whatever, that men have, the anatomy of male desire is entirely different from the anatomy of female desire. So men can endlessly enjoy casual encounters, whereas there's so much evidence that women don't operate that way. You see, there's a consequence to women's sexuality. There are children. We get pregnant. So there's a real burden on us, which means our sexuality is very driven by restraint, discernment, long-term monogamy. So the trends that are appearing in society at the moment, do they really give us agency? Is something that we have to think about very carefully. If I can give you a very simple example, and please, I hope, are there any minors? Okay, fine. I'll give you one example, which really bothers me a lot, is the new trend in sexual foreplay, which is men choking women. Now, the general attitude is, as long as women consent to it, it's no one else's business. But can a woman really consent to violence, being inflicted, assaulted? Can a woman consent to violence? Why do women consent in these cases? Because they're under some sort of impression that that's what's expected of them. So there's a total lack of agency in that act, in fact, and we are made to feel that this is our agency, that we are liberating ourselves, when we are not. So, the very obvious trends are a very coarsening of interchange and exchange between men and women. There's a transactional nature now to our relationships. And the idea that one gets married and stays with the same person and discovers a form of friendship feels very old-fashioned. And I'm not saying that perhaps it's not. I'm not saying that perhaps something new and exciting won't mutate. But within that mutation that takes place, it should be something that looks after the mental well-being of women.
This is, often when one takes a stand of this kind, then there's a lot of revolt, because there's this whole notion now that
just read a passage.
The body and anatomy is destiny is what a lot of people would challenge, and therefore say that the experiences you have as a man or a woman should have nothing to do with your body, but the embodied self continues to persist, and there's a lot there. So with that, I'll leave you to read.
We are running out of time, but I wanted to read very briefly a passage from my novel. This is a passage that highlights some of the minutest things that happen in relationships. The landscape of dreams is expansive. You'll have to forgive me, I can barely talk. For various reasons I won't go into today. Except for the single inhabitant who occupies it, everyone else lives outside of it. We exist first in our dreams, no matter how informed the existence is. I'm going to skip it, actually, I can't. Okay. In the hour of the blue light, Anju gives in to the wretchedness of the morning. The tea bag immersed in a cupful of water steeps and swims. She watches sheep's road through her window. Two blonde girls are jogging across the street. They jog in tandem, aware of each other's bodies, as if they were underwater life forms, roll to sway in endless synchronicity. How do we dissect the anatomy of human bonding, this frail, floaty thing? The slightest whiff of disloyalty can shatter it, but fully formed it can survive great turmoil and self-sacrifice. Fredo is asleep. She knows things about Fredo when he's sleeping like this. Things observed, things unsaid, things disjointed. like how he trembles at the slightest noise, how he can lie perfectly still for hours, how his breathing stops sometimes for a few seconds, a depth so tiny that it goes unregistered. Grief is a moment of utter aloneness while the world sleeps. I think that brings our session to an end. Is there time for one or two questions?
There's plenty of time, 15 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have 15 minutes for questions.
Do you have another 9? Oh. Any questions? Questions? Do you want to say anything, Jen?
Sure. I was thinking, Selma, one of the questions that I was considering when I was writing the book, I was reading the book, the thought was, for instance, you have moments in which people appear, like the British Asian character who is has an Asian solidarity shirt, and then what was the crafting of those moments? What was the crafting that took place in those for those moments?
Really, if you...
You're not talking to me.
Oh, okay. Gosh, I have to think about that. I think, I don't know. I really don't know. You've stumped me there. I think I write, honestly, I write entirely from instinct. And it could be a news story that's happened on that particular day, and that'll be woven into my narrative. A lot of the nature that's woven into it is endless walks that I will go on in the morning and encounter nature. So that's very important to me, to have that reflective nature coming into my writing.
At one point, the protagonist, Fredo, says, "I've trained you well," to his wife, and and her response is to lean back in her airplane seat, and the comment that the author, the omniscient writer makes is, these were part of the rituals of marriage. So are the rituals of marriage ritual denigration of each other? I only ask, not having been run away with by anyone like Selma in a bookshop.
I think yes. I think anyone who's been married for a very long time knows this. There is ritual denigration of each other, and I think there's the third person commentator is like, these are things that she didn't think about too carefully because she's been in a relationship with that person for a long time. And these are taken for granted, these ritual denigrations of each other. And then a little later on, she says, there's a certain indifference that develops in long-term relationships, and it's only ever ripped apart when something cataclysmic happens to disrupt it. Yeah.
Are we done?
Somebody else has a question. Selma, I wish I had read your book.
You can go home and read it now with this insight.
Yeah. So I wish I had read it, but anyway. I just wanted to ask you, what is it that has led you to write on this topic? Living where you do, and with the way marriage is considered, that, as you say, it's not permanent, etc., etc. So what is it? Is it something that it's a concern of yours? Is that why you've written? It is?
Yeah, I think relationships, I like to observe relationships, and like you said, living where I do, I think it's become very pertinent for us to question where we're going in society, because the evidence is now out. It is so much more difficult for children who grow up in non-families than children who grow up in families, whether they're blended families, adopted families, whatever. When you have a two-parent, the outcome is so much more beneficial. They're less prone to violence, they're less prone to mental health issues. And so there's really an effort and an understanding that we've let things slide. We haven't supported the family as much as we should.
Yeah, so what I was thinking is that you can't really have a blanket theory on marriage.
No, not at all.
No,
Not at all.
because
Yeah.
our marriages here are stoic marriages.
I don't know if I can say, because I think...
To a great extent,
Yeah.
the generation which is a little older, we are stoic. Good or bad, we are there.
Yeah.
So now things may change, but but they will change differently.
Yeah.
And the third thing that I was thinking about.
There's a question. Has your daughter read? Has your daughter read the book? Have you read parts of it to her?
Oh my God, my daughter and my husband never read anything I write, which is why I sneak in all these things.
Well, maybe they'll read it now.
No.
No?
No, they won't. No, no, not at all.
This is one thing you can rely on Indian families. They will not read your books. Friends, they will expect you to give them the book, but they won't read it after that.
Exactly.
But this is a wonderful opportunity for me to say that Selma's book is available on sale outside, and we fully expect you to buy it and to read it and to tell her what you think of it later.
You can email me.
And another thing that you have just said, do you think that women are really liberated? Because you just mentioned this choking bit and whatever.
Yeah.
So all this fight, all this struggle about liberation, emancipation, does it really exist?
That's
Not at all. I just wanted to
okay. Okay, it's everything is a work in progress, so we'll see. I mean, things change. Right.
Things change, but some things don't. We are going to come back to this room.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Selma. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Rachna. Do come back for the biggest book launch of GALF in more ways than one. to the biggest book launch of GALF. Can I ask who's this? Yeah. So, as you all know, GALF has a co-organizer, which is the Goa Writers Group. And there are over 50 writers from India, from Goa, from India, from around the world who are members of Goa Writers. 30 of us have come together to put together an anthology titled Ways of Belonging. And over the next 30 minutes, we're going to be sharing parts of it with you. Seema, may I invite you to, you're supposed to applaud at that point.
I haven't done anything.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you so much. Well, welcome to the launch of Goa Writers Anthology, which Ways of Belonging. It's an annual feature, I believe, and although I'm a few weeks old in the group, I can sense the commitment, the dedication, the passion amongst all of you, all the members of this amazing group. I haven't met them all, I've met many right now, but these are names that kept flashing in front of me, and thanks to Sheila, I'm here now. So there's Frederick, Vivek, Sheila, Jane, Michelle, Beena, Selma, and so many others, all of whom have been very actively involved in getting this anthology together. We meet here in somber times, in a world that has gone mad with violence and hate, where people are struggling to survive, even as the Palestinians are being massacred in a terrible, unbelievable orgy of violence, where man has turned monster. Writers like those in the Goa Writers Group, writers all over the world, then have a special responsibility to unite with words of love and peace. Hugo Hamilton, an Irish writer, he makes personal sense to me when he said, maybe your country is only a place you make up in your mind, something you dream about and sing about. Maybe it's not a place at all on the map, but just a story of people and places you visit, full of books and films you have been to. I'm walking on the wall and no one can stop me. And to bring us this love, this diversity, we have two members of the Goa Writers Group to start this launch off, Pragya Bhagat and Rachna Patni. Celia. You have all of 5 minutes.
Am I audible? Yes. Okay, great. Hello everybody, thank you for attending the launch. Actually, I won't be able to hold it, that's the problem. So, we'll be starting off with a song. It's a folk song by Kavi Gorakhnath that I reference in my essay in the anthology, which I urge all of you to buy and to read. This particular folk song talks about bodies of water. It talks about an upside-down esoteric world where fishes climb tamarind trees and rabbits become hunters and bulls give milk. So it's a world where those who seek shall find. So that's what the song is about.
And so when I found out that Pragya was going to sing this wonderful song, I was inspired to whirl to it. Whirling belongs to Kabir as much as it belongs to Krishna. It belongs to Radha as much as it belongs to Rumi. And today, as we all wear aboli flowers, I want to dedicate the whirling to Goddess Lyrae and Our Lady of Milagres, the two sisters who still send coconut oil and aboli to each other on their feast days. Goddesses we revere, who are also related, of course, to water bodies. So we can only belong through love. That's the message. Thank you.
अरे गुरु गोविंद दोनों खड़े और किसके लागू पाए बलिहारी गुरुदेव ने जो मने गोविंद दियो बताए कुएं रे किनारे अब तू इमली सी बोली रे कुएं रे किनारे अब तू इमली सी बोली रे हो जारो पेड़ मछलियाँ छायो हेलो सुसियो शिकारी अब तू बनखंड जायो रे सुसियो शिकारी अब तू बनखंड जायो रे ओ कोई ममता में रगली ने मारी हेलो खूंटो तो तुझे अब तू भैंस दिलो रे खूंटो तो तुझे अब तू भैंस दिलो रे हो जारो माखण बिरला खायो हेलो कुएं रे किनारे अब तू हिरनी सी प्यारी रे कुएं रे किनारे अब तू हिरनी सी प्यारी रे हो जी पाँच में रगला लाई हेलो शरण मछंदर जति गोरख बोल्या रे शरण मछंदर जति गोरख बोल्या रे ओ जा खो जा पाया हेलो कुएं रे किनारे अब तू इमली सी बोली रे कुएं रे किनारे अब तू इमली सी बोली रे इमली सी बोली रे इमली सी बोली
That was so beautiful. You discover that your longings are universal longings, that you are not lonely and isolated from anyone. You belong. Scott Fitzgerald was referring directly to the world of literature. In Goa, we had 98-year-old Victor Ranjan Ribeiro, Jose Lorenzo, Bhai Mauzo, and so many others who have actually set the way, and the contributors of the anthology today and yesterday, who have also shown the path and who are working today to make sure that we do not derail. We have two of the contributors now who will speak to us. There's Edith Furtado. Can I call you up? And also Sonia Gomes after her.
Well, I'm given 2 minutes, and I'm very conscious of that. So in 2 minutes, I'll try to tell you what is it that, what is it that made me write. And that this anthology, someone asked me just now, are they all short stories? No, they are not. They are our expressions, I would say, whatever we feel about and what makes this Goanness. Now, why do we speak about Goanness as something special? Maybe because we have a different history, and we come from a very different history, like from the rest of India. And coming to my own essay or article or whatever, the title of my essay is Goincho Sahib Tu Konanzo. Whose are you, Lord of Goa? Because we are talking of belongingness, ways of belonging. And it was Vivek who suggested I write about the Goincho Sahib. So when he suggested, I thought it wasn't a good idea because so much has been said about him. But then he said, nothing interesting has been said about him. I don't know if I've said anything interesting, but I have said what I thought was important within the word limit. And so that everyone knows, because now he's a mythical figure, Saint Francis Xavier. He's a mythical figure almost. So I wanted to bring the myth back to reality. And there are some other factors also, like for instance, Manohar Sardesai, he calls us Goans the world wanderers, okay? Because wherever we are always dispersed, we are always settling here and there. And then there's Peter Nazareth, who said that the Goans like to project their image, which may be true. And there's another couple of writers who said that, who wrote that Goa is obsessed, and here we are talking of the Goan Catholics, okay? I want to make that very clear because I can't generalize. So I speak of what is familiar to me, of what I know. So he says that, or they say, this couple, they are literary critics and they've written on the Indo-Portuguese history of Goa. And they say that, that Goans are obsessed by God and Saint Francis Xavier. So yes, it's true. Actually, he's the one who is one of the factors of our identity. Wherever we are, we connect with Saint Francis Xavier. I'm not here to say whether he's good or bad, nor do I do it in my article. But I write objectively, but I write what is generally true about him. And also, there was another thing that I wanted to know is, where does he stand today? We're having an exhibition in November of the relics, the exposition, not exhibition, an exposition of the relics. So I was just wondering, is it still relevant? What does the young crowd of today think about him? So I did a quick survey, and I found that, yes, people of my generation, we've grown up in this tradition of St. Francis Xavier. But even the youngsters in my survey, all of them had heard about him. I spoke to some who are not living here, who are settled abroad. They too have heard. And I spoke also to non-Catholics, non-Christians who live in Goa, who have also heard. So there is this thing about St. Francis Xavier which unites us. Wherever we are, the Catholics especially, they know who he is, they celebrate his day, and it's kind of binds everyone together. Because I have said once, it's not my idea, but it's Benedict Anderson's, that there is something called an imagined community. So, well, we are part of that imagined community. The Goans, wherever they are, they get together and they celebrate Francis Xavier. I won't give you any details, like who was saying just now. When we had Bina's book release. I expect you to read the article or the whatever and find out for yourselves who he is. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm sorry if my throat sounds bad. It is really bad. I am passionate about my village of Verna. I always feel, how does this village tick? Is it only some elitist caste that works well, or is it everybody else in the village? And then I got to hear this song written by C. Alvarez for the movie Nirvana, sung by Robin Bush, who's very, vivacious. The song goes like this. Who is the Pulte Banlai Kone, Pulte Banlai Kone, Aurarani? Who has built the bridges for you, the workers, the Kunbis? Min Ustila Kone, Vaurarani? Who has mined for you, the workers, the Kunbis? Ranachi Shar Kelai Kone, Aurarani? Who has converted forests into cities for you, the workers, the Kunbis? Gaon Sudrailai Kone, Aurarani? Who has built the beautiful villages for you, the workers, the Kunbis? Pulte Banlai Kone, Aurarani? Who has built the bridges for you, the workers, the Kunbis? However, one line jumped at me. I knew all the rest. I knew about the bridges, I knew about the Shara, I knew about all the things. But one line jumped at me. Who is the one who has dug up the mines for you? And it lost me. Were there mines in Salsette? I never heard of mines in Salsette. What exactly was it referring to? Who are they referring to? Which Kurmis are these who used to work in the mines? And our answer, which Kurmis were these? Did they belong to my village of Verna? Did the mining areas of Sankeli and Advalpale have Kurmis as their laborers? I decided to go around asking. A tavern at 7 in the evening is the right place and the happiest place to meet laborers. Back from work, enjoying a peg or two before they go back home. I question, do you know any of these people from our village who could have worked in the mine some years back? Great big smiles. You have reached a bit late. These older people, most of them are dead. There are chuckles all around. But as they see my very disappointed look, the discussion widens. The taverns at 7 are lively places full of people. At last Francis said, meet Gama the Koloikar. In villages you have all sorts of monikers, you call people all sorts of things. My family for some reason is called Kotet and we still don't know why. Don't you know where he lives? Yes, I know him very well. Nicolau Gama lives very far on the border of the village of Verna and the adjoining village of Nube. I drag my very reluctant son and we go to Nicolau's house, situated in the serene surroundings with paddy fields on every side and a garden with areca palms and pepper growing in profusion. Pleasantries done, I quickly plunge and straight in. Nicolau, did you ever work in the mines? Oh, he hums and falls for a minute, and I can see it is an uncomfortable question. I was too young to work in the mines, a young boy. My father worked in the Sirsai mines. He glances at me for a moment. It is not as you think, he says. It is not as if my father went alone. Our entire family moved on to the mines. I am astounded. The entire family? He realizes I really am interested, so he goes on. We closed and locked our small houses. We took everything with us, utensils, bedding, rice, clothes, everything. And we went to Sirsain. We had very little possessions of our own. The hamlets where we Kunibis lived were practically empty. Maybe some elderly people lingered on, some old and too tired to undertake such a long journey. But by and large, everyone. The story of my village is very interesting if you really take the trouble to know how other people lived. What did they do? What hardships they went through? And for that, you'll have to buy the book and read it.
Thank you. Sheila has put me into this very unhappy job of keeping time. Yeah, I just wanted to say, because, now we are back completely immersed in Goa, is that when I came at least from soulless Delhi to soulful Goa, it was a leap of faith, and it was a love affair that doesn't seem to be diminishing. And the first thing that I did notice, and I met so many women here today as well, but the first thing you see is so many independent women who are living here, who have made career choices in the middle ages of their age lives, who have completely shifted. And I was trying to find an answer as to why women are flocking to Goa from different parts of the country, some Goans who have returned, others. And you realize they get respect, they get security, and they're not judged. And when you're not judged and you feel you're safe, it is very liberating and beautiful. So now I'll invite Deepa George, followed by Salil Chaturvedi, to say a few words on the book and the anthology. Deepa.
Okay, I'm going to keep it really short. My account was really my own personal experience of moving from Pali Hill to Panari, as I called my article. Essentially, I believe that any and every place can be made your own if you pour your heart into it. And only if you're really willing to, extend your hand, extend your heart, and get to know the culture, the people, and truly integrate with the land and the community, is when you truly belong. And one can belong anywhere if one just pours your heart into it. That's it.
I think Salil Chaturvedi hasn't been able to come. So I'm going to ask Joanna Lobo for a reading. 2 minutes.
Hi everyone. As she mentioned, I'm one of those independent women who also made the trip back to Goa, or rather the return back to her homeland after living in Bombay for 15 years. So my story, or rather essay, is called A Bomaikar in Goa. Before I read it, I just want to very quickly say I am very proud of being part of the Goa Writers Group, and also of having an essay published in Ways of Belonging, which, if any of you know, is a book of poems by easily one of my most famous relatives, Eunice D'Souza. So having my name besides Ways of Belonging is quite a thrill. Sorry, I'm nervous, so my voice is shaking. A Bomaikar in Goa. Her name was Luelle. We bonded over a shared name, her birth one and my middle one, and convent-educated English accents. As a shy and misunderstood teenager, awkwardly dealing with growing pains, I admired her confidence. She had poise and carried herself with pride that reflected in good posture. We were the same age, but she seemed older, more mature. Her fashion sense wasn't conservative or understated, and went beyond the frilly dresses and petticoats I had to wear. She spoke well too, each word serving its purpose, and with no unnecessary fillers. Her English was the cultured kind, and one that hinted at a good education, better opportunities, and more life experience. She embodied the confidence and freedom that I, a mere village girl, had only encountered between the pages of books and in English serials. I think I had a crush on her. It wasn't anything romantic, I just wanted to be her. I grew up in a tiny village called Kamurli in the north of Goa. It was far from the beaches and nightlife that gave this little state its badge of popularity. I had a normal childhood. Though I was born in Pune and my parents lived in Dubai for a brief while, my childhood was spent in Kamurli. We went for long walks through muddy fields, jostled for space in crowded and creaking buses, stole fruit from trees, and spent our evenings doing homework in our balcony. My house was old. We had a big garden, a telephone that didn't always work, a spotty Doordarshan connection, a tiled roof regularly broken by monkeys, and a cramped library. It was a time before internet and cable TV, so our connection to the outside world was through school and bazaar visits. As a joint family of proud Catholics, the village church was our playground, our temple, our hangout spot, our school, and our source of entertainment. The biggest religious celebration of the year was the feast of our patron saint, Saint Rita de Cassia, celebrated in May. The summer months meant holidays from school, and we could be part of all those celebrations. It was also the time we welcomed, with much enthusiasm, that rare species from out of town, the Bomaikas. Luel was a Bomaikar, and I wanted to be her. 2 decades later, I achieved that dream. Work got me to Bombay, and I became a Bomaikar, and I hated it. For the rest, you'll have to buy the copy. Thank you.
We'll ask Melinda Makimane to recite her poem. Okay, it's a 2-minute meditation.
Many of us know of animals around us, but we always, we don't want the ants in our house, and we don't want the monkeys disturbing the tiles on the roof. And so we have this concept of this is ours, and these people, these animals and plants also, and insects, especially insects, my God, the amount of moths we have seen anyway. So we feel that this doesn't belong to them, and we want all our house to be, insect free, and there should be no animals. So I have written about the perspective that I have showcased in my poems is this. Now I want to give you a small glimpse about what it can mean to step into the shoes of another. I'm going to take you there. So are you all willing? Just give me a thumbs up if you are. Thank you. So we are going to do this. We are going to sit, and if you feel safe, close your eyes. If you don't feel safe, it's okay. Keep your eyes open. I won't be doing any tricks here. So close your eyes if you feel safe, and just imagine, since we are doing an Aboli themed launch, imagine an Aboli in front of you, maybe 5 feet in front of you. Imagine another Aboli 5 feet at your back. To your right side, an Aboli 5 feet to the right, and to your left, an Aboli flower 5 feet to your left. Now you're surrounded by 4 flowers. Allow these flowers to join. Imagine an Aboli above your head, and now you are in this beautiful pyramid. It's a safe space. Imagine an Aboli a few feet below your feet, and now you're perfectly safe. This is your safe space. This is where you belong. I want you now to imagine someone you love. This person, animal, or even idea that you love. Just imagine it. Let it be outside your pyramid. Feel it enter your pyramid and feel your heart open. And now, allow your heart to invite someone, an animal, a human, whom you consider the other,
whom you don't like. Where do you find this other outside your pyramid? Are you able to open your heart to receive the other or not? Whatever your heart allows you to do is perfectly fine. Just stay with that feeling. This is another way of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Slide, you're just going to shift the program a little bit. There was going to be the launch now with a wrap up by the others. We'll do the launch at the end because we can then take a photograph of all the writers alongside. So I'm going to ask Pantaleo Fernandez and then Frederick Norona to speak. Are they here? Yeah. This is literally a lot of work done also by Frederick, so we hope we will get insights into editing, publishing the works.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware I was supposed to speak, but since my name is cropped up, I have written about a short story where taking people to a remote village in Goa, where the communities, different communities live in perfect harmony, perfect unity. So I've spoken about a Catholic family that celebrates Christmas and it wants to have a competition, and a Hindu boy wants to participate, so he approaches the parish priest and they agree and it works. So this is what I have mentioned, but then in practical ways, I am from Benavli, I go for a walk every evening on the beach, but surprise your brother, regretfully I don't step into the water because the water is full of E. coli bacteria brought about by the huge migration of people to Goa. The waters are not treated, so we are deprived of our waters. When you walk on the sand barefooted, which we used to do, we are very scared because suddenly you find spots of red, which is the spittle of pan, and you don't know whether are we too generous to open our arms wide to the whole world, to the rest of the country, or not. So these questions keep bothering me. So when we say belonging, yes, we have to belong to each other. The world, every human being belongs to each other. But at the same time, we have sometimes to ponder. Thank you.
Frederick.
Okay, nothing about writing. Just a word about publishing. I want to tell you the bad news to the Lit Fest. It's still very difficult to get published in Goa. And this is an issue which we've been struggling for the last 25-30 years, and it's not changed much. So what I liked about this book is that it is a second book where we are trying to create a collaborative model of publishing. So the publisher does no work, and of course he gets little or no money, which is fine. So all the work was done by the group. They have edited the book. I'm trying to put together a model which kind of bases itself on collaborative kind of functioning. This is not new. In Kerala, they had cooperatives which were being run of writers, like, you know, in the 50s and 60s and things like that. So I hope it will work. There are very promising signs. Yeah, we have to finish in 2 minutes, so that's it. And the last point I want to make, some people said buy the book. You don't even have to buy the book, because if you don't buy it, you'll probably get a free copy sooner or later. So, like, you know, that's a good side. That's a good side. It works, it works. I mean, what's the problem? Fine.
And now for the launch. Alicia, the youngest member, or the second youngest member of Goa Writers Group. And you want to invite everyone up.
Can all those who have a piece in the anthology come on stage as well, please? I think the stage will take our collective weight. Why don't we test it? Come on. Okay. This is a photograph you want to get. Come. Yeah, he's taking photographs. Okay. Pamela. Come. Yeah. That's it? Are we all here? Okay. Salil is not here. Okay. I can't sit, sorry. I can sit, but I can't. Come, Pamela, come. Cheers. Oh, Seema. Okay. Yes, applause.
We also would like to mention that the artwork on the cover is by a well-known young artist, Chloe Cardero.
Where is she?
I think I was audible. So just to mention the artwork on the cover, this beautiful Aboli heart that's here, that represents the idea of belonging, is by a young artist called Chloe Cardero, whose work has featured in several other places as well. So we appreciate her contribution to this. And of course, we have illustrations within the book as well by the wonderful Veena Naik, who is sitting right now with us.
And after all I said, the book is still available for sale at a discounted price of 300 rupees today. The authors got it for less. So, but those who didn't order on time will have to pay 300. You can contact me outside.
That's it. Thank you, everyone. The book is available outside.
Here, I'll give you. Come, take.
There is one more session after this, so please come back in 5 minutes. Pragya, Vivek Menezes, Okay, bye.
You have to. He's on the stage. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll meet here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Someone asked me if you're like color coordination.
of today in this room. So please settle down. Okay. I'm told that this is going to be a very interesting session with some live snakes. I'm not. Oh, okay. Okay, so no live snakes. Sorry, you can all sit at ease. May I invite up here Rahul Alvarez and Steve Alter, please. So we're going to have the book launch of Snakes of Goa, and I think to most people sitting here there's no need for me to really introduce either of them. So we'll just get started. May I ask you to do a brief introduction of yourselves, please?
I think I'm going to be doing that.
Ah, okay. Or you can use that mic if you want.
Yeah, either way. Okay, can you hear me at the back? Yeah. Okay, yeah, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am Aaron Lobo, and I'm a conservation scientist, and it gives me immense pleasure to introduce. Can you hear me? Yeah. It gives me a huge pleasure to introduce a very close and long-term friend of mine, Rahul Alvarez. We've shared many sort of exciting moments, memories together. But before that, I'd like to get into a little brief on some of the issues we currently face and where we are with the whole scape of things. So right now, as we know, we are kind of faced with this what is called a triple existential planetary crisis. One where our climate is at stake. We're talking about this 1.5 degree, which we know we're going to cross. Biodiversity is crossed several thresholds, where we have crossed several tipping points, and pollution is another massive planetary crisis that we are facing. Okay, and I just wanted to know how many of you does this affect on a day-to-day basis? How many of you actually feel this? Just with a raise of hands. Okay, so it's good that, and is it because you'll actually feel it, or is it because this is something that you'll read in the literature or online or in newspapers? Just an honest answer. Sorry? All of the above. All of the above. That's really good. Then you're already perceptive, and I'm actually talking to the converted, which is a bit of a shame, but still. Okay, yeah. But I want to ask you another couple of questions. So, how many of you know what Tayas mucosis is? You know what Tayas mucosis is? Can you tell me what it is? It's a common snake in Goa. Excellent, Sheila. Thank you. Anyone knows what Calliophis nigrescens is? Just a guess. Don't look at your phones, please. A very quick guess. Okay, Calliophis nigrescens is another snake in Goa. It's called the slender coral snake. What is Hypnale hypnale? Sorry? Okay, so Hypnale is another common forest-dwelling species. It is the hump-nosed pit viper. And the reason I'm asking you these questions is these are Latin names, okay? These are names that are alien to most forest dwellers and most of us, most people in general. And I think that is one of the biggest issues that we face, whether we're talking about... Yeah. So whether we are talking about, the field guides, which are great, they've kind of helped many of us naturalists evolve into ecologists. They have educated us. But there's one basic element that's missing. And I think that element is really about the human context, so the human connection. Now, how many of you have ever seen a cobra in your backyard? Okay, excellent. How many of you have seen a wine snake, what they call hariali or trutti? Hanging from a tree. Okay, how many of you have seen a malon, which is called a Whitaker's boa, fall from the roof onto your table? Yeah, there's still 2 people. So the thing is, these are experiences most Goans live by. How many of you have seen the sticky frog, which is actually got adhesive pads that's sitting on top of your toilet tank? Okay, and you see it at the same spot every day. So most of you have seen that, right? And they're really philopathic. They go to the same spot every day. So the point here is, I think this is where Rahul's book will differ from the typical field guide. It is about lived experiences, and I don't think you actually meant to write this as a field guide. It was really about his own experiences, which I'm sure each and every one of you can relate to. And I think this is the important difference between just having a Google lens, taking out a phone, you've got a whole number of apps. Today you want to identify the bird area, you don't need to see them. You turn on your Merlin app and you'll get like 20 species occur in this area. You go up onto INAT, you'll find every little species that occurs in a small 100 square kilometer of land. When people ask me, hey, listen, there's a new project coming up, can you send me a quick checklist of the species of snakes or fish? I just quickly shut down that email and I run off. That is not going to turn anyone for wildlife if I'm going to throw up a bunch of Latin names. I enjoy it, but I know it's not going to change anyone's mind because it's not emotive at all. And I think this is something that we need to think about. It's the connections that we bring here. And today I have a very close friend of mine, Rahul, who we have spent a lot of crazy moments. He's written a lot about it, and lots of memories together. And I don't want to take much time over here, but in conversation we have another very well-known writer on natural history, geography, place. And there is one book that stuck with me by Stephen Alter, one book that Stephen wrote many years ago. I was part of this institute called the Wildlife Institute of India, based in Dehradun. And this book was called All the Way to Heaven. It was about Stephen's childhood in Missouri, in the school called Woodstock. But this book was really evocative of the whole sort of the Babar, going down from the Terai right up to the Babar and the Himalayan tracks, because there are certain points of the book which you can remember clearly. You can hear the sound of the Himalayan barbet. You know when the brambleberries are going to bloom. You know when certain fruits are going to fruit. And I think that's what's so powerful about those books. It's exactly like I said, it's not just about the Latin name or the fact that things are going to the dogs and the place is collapsing around. It's the ability to kind of grab a person and say, come with me, I'm going to take you up there. I'm going to show you the snake. I'm going to show you what it eats as it drops from my ceiling. I'm going to tell you what the tree frog does. Even if I take it and throw it 200 yards away, it's going to climb back into my bathroom and sit above the same tank every day. So welcome, and it's great to see both of you here. Over to you all. Sorry, very important. Yeah, so before I thought I was going to end with the book release, but yeah, in tradition we start with the book release. So I would like to invite a few people. I need to invite a few very important people on stage. Okay, so Beena Nayak. If you look at the beautiful cover design and everything that's been done for this book, it is Beena's hard work. We also have Mr. Rama Harmalkar, but I'll call upon him later. And Mr. Nitin Fatte, they did an amazing job of printing and sub-editing of this book. So they played a very, very important role. Okay, so I'd like to invite you all to please unveil the book. Okay, I think do we have another mic out here? Because possibly need, oh yeah, I'll give you my mic, yeah. So you can. Yeah, I think it works, yeah. Both of them.
I'll just, I told Rahul that I would just say a few words and that he will be the one who has to do all of the talking this afternoon. But Aaron, thank you very much for the introductions, and it's a real pleasure to be back here at the Goa Art and Literature Festival. Snakes of Goa is a spectacular book. I got a sneak preview yesterday when Rahul dropped a copy off at my house, and I've been leafing through it since then, up until about 5 minutes before I came here. And it's a book that, as Aaron said, you could use it as a field guide. There are more than 30 species of snakes found in Goa. Most of them are in this book. And if you found one in your backyard, you might well be able to find it in the book. But it's not just a field guide. What is wonderful about it is the photographs are spectacular, and they've been printed and reproduced absolutely beautifully. So you can think of it as a coffee table book as well. And it's something that gives you not just one photograph of each snake, but different angles, different snakes within the same species, and beautifully, beautifully illustrated. The stories that Rahul has been able to weave into each of the descriptions. He will describe the snake for you so that you get a sense of the morphology and the behavior of that particular species. But he also introduces anecdotes, some humor, and personal encounters. He's been handling snakes, I believe, for 20 years at least. More than 20 years. And if you find a snake, he'll rescue it and release it in your own backyard. He handles snakes both venomous and non-venomous as well. And he recounts a number of those episodes in this book, so that you can read the book just as you might read a novel in many ways, because it's a sort of snake catcher's diary on one level there. I think my favorite episode that I was reading yesterday was when he rescued a wolf snake from within the chain guard of a motorcycle, and he had to basically disassemble that motorcycle to get this poor wolf snake out of there and then release it. He's also a motorcycle fanatic, so I think that must have broken his heart, taking that bike apart and then rescuing that snake. So I recommend this book highly. It's outside. Please do buy it and share it with your friends and encourage your friends to purchase it, because it really is one of those books that will remain on your coffee table and on your shelf for years and years to come. So congratulations, Rahul, and I'll hand things over to you and let you carry on from here. But thank you.
He's been very kind to me. I'm not going to be so kind to him. Yeah. I first met Aaron when he was when we were in college together. Aaron was the coolest thing in the college. He had blue denims, and he had Nike shoes, and he had a earring. And that's gone, huh, Aaron? Yeah. But that's what, you know, I remember my first conversation with him was, what jeans are those, you know? And it turned out they were Levi's jeans, and his shoes were Nike. And I was like, oh man, I want to get one of those things at least. And thanks to my dad, I never got either. He never let me get any of that stuff. There's no branded stuff in the house. Yeah, but whatever happened to the earring, man? It was a fake, wasn't it? Just like much of you, I guess. Yeah? So, Aaron and me went on a crazy trip to Orissa, again, another one of my dad's crazy ideas. We wanted to see turtles at the Gahirimata beach. And dad's idea was, just go to the train, just go and jump into an unreserved compartment. And this was in 1998. And I had 1,500 rupees cash with me. And I was planning to take 1,000 rupees. And my mother said, no, I'll give you 1,500. Aaron had 3,000 rupees with him. We went all the way across the country, unreserved. We had nothing on us, really. We didn't even have a phone number on the other end. We had an address of a guy called PK Bal. Yeah? So we land there, unreserved, crazy journey. We are sleeping on people in the train. Yeah? Then we reach there, we get out after like 24 hours. We get to this guy PK Bal's house, and he says, and we said, we've come here to stay. And he's like, Claude, I haven't heard from in 6 months, and I'm a heart patient, and that was it. We were out the door, and then we had to go and find somebody else, and we found another person, and then eventually we went all over the place, and Aaron was like a miserable person because he'd be incredibly jumpy in the situation. One moment he'd be like, Matt, this is the place to be. We're going to spend all the days here. And then half an hour later, oh, there's nothing to do. And then he'd say, maybe I'll just trim your eyebrows or something like that, And it was a really crazy trip. Eventually, 11 days later, we came back. Aaron had blown through 3,000 rupees. I had 200 rupees to spare. Yeah, that is a kind of that's my friendship with him. We've had so many stories, so many trips we've done together. There's a couple of other people I want to Beena, for doing a fabulous job with the book. When Beena first started the work on the book, I couldn't understand her genius. I looked at the book and I was very upset, and I was like, I told my dad, I said, "Oh, she's cutting up all my pictures. What is she doing?" But eventually I figured out what you did, Beena. It's a fabulous book, fabulous cover. I'm so happy that we worked with you, that you worked with us, and really thankful for the quality that you have brought into this. I'd like to thank Vivek for this opportunity to be able to launch this book here at the Lit Fest. Nitin Fagde, who did the editing, a brilliant job with the editing. It went through several editors. First went through my mother, and then Nitin, and eventually Claude looking at the book. And I'd like to thank Stephen for launching the book. Very grateful. Yesterday when I came over to your house, what did I say? I said, it's a brilliant book, Stephen. It's an amazing book, and he agrees. Yeah, and it's a spectacular book. And besides that,
he didn't have to prompt me on that one. It is a spectacular book.
Yeah. So I'm going to describe to you what snake rescue really meant back in the day, and then after that I would like to open up to some maybe questions and a discussion from you guys. So it's a funny thing, when we started snake rescue, when I started rescuing snakes in 1996 or so, no cell phones, yeah? So somebody just showed up at your house. And it was a very strange thing because you always had two guys who would come on a motorcycle. They'd come over and then they'd say, "Tum so soy rahe la." Some of you who know Konkani know what that means. A relative of yours has come over to my house. Nobody wanted to use the word snake. Then the funny thing would be, they want you to come with them on this motorcycle, and 3 of us have to sit on this motorcycle. It's always a 3-man sandwich, you know. So it's a very odd thing. I would end up sitting behind them with a snake hook going all the way there, and all kinds of funny things would happen, because once you would get there, they would ask whether you could, you know, cast a spell and bring the snake down and things like that. And eventually, we would make our way back home on that. But it was just something that I remembered, which is quite funny, that in those days, no cell phones, so we would end up going as 3 people for this ride. I think if there's anything else, I'm going to discuss that after that. But I'd like to actually, instead of just speaking, I'd like to open it up for a discussion, if any of you guys have anything that you wanted to.
I have one question to start with, and then all of you can be thinking about your questions for a moment. Looking at your book and looking at other wildlife books, particularly that have photographs in them, photographing snakes is quite different from photographing birds, for example. You've done a book on birds of Goa as well.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the challenges and how it's different from other wildlife photography?
With photographing snakes, a couple of things would happen. First of all, you'll never photograph a snake out in the wild, because when it's out in the wild, if you try to take a picture, you never get it the way. All you end up seeing is a line, you know, really, or a small part of the body. That's it. You don't really see anything else. So to photograph a snake, I would always have to bring it to a particular location. Yeah. Now, when you start photographing, over a period of time, you look at your pictures and you say, this doesn't make any sense. I put a cobra on an area where it's not supposed to be, so it doesn't look proper. So you have to figure out the background also. And eventually, over a period of time, you slowly start getting the snake to look, the photograph to look like it was taken in a place where the snake would be found. Photographing as a tree snake on the tree, a cobra maybe on the ground, a snake like a sea snake at the side of the beach. Some snakes are very easy to photograph. You start off with sand boas. They don't really move much. They just sit. It's very easy to get them to curl. Russell's vipers are similar. Some snakes incredibly difficult to handle. Incredibly difficult to photograph. You can be with a rat snake for an hour trying to get it to stay still. It just won't stop moving. Yeah. So how do you do that? And for me, the most important thing at one point in time was when you're photographing a snake. See, when you're photographing a bird, it has a choice. It can, after a while, if it doesn't want to be at its location, it'll fly off. When you're photographing a snake, you're handling it. How much do you put it through? So it's a personal thing. And what I started to do, what happens eventually is you spend a little time photographing it, and if you get a shot, that's great. If not, you just let it go, and then you wait for the next specimen, you know. And it's a kind of a thing where you have to stop yourself at some point and decide, okay, that's it, I'm done. Otherwise, you'll be endlessly photographing it, looking for that perfect photograph. So the other things, use flash for photographing snakes sometimes. You want to get in tighter on the head and things like that. And of course, the big advantage for me was because I knew snakes, I knew how close I could get, which is why I was able to get in photographs like I'm using in the book, you know, to be actually so close. It was very useful to be a snake handler to get so I could get photographs like that.
Are there any other questions?
Aaron said a word or two about the loss of biodiversity the world is facing, and I think the Western Ghats are very much the same position. And here in Goa, as you and your father know, development pressure is huge. Can you say a bit about these 30 species of snakes here and say, you know, are any of these endemic, are any of these endangered, or are they doing well?
I'll answer some part of that here. There are some endemic species. So the interesting thing is, when you change the habitat, you don't just take away all the snakes. Interestingly, some snakes start to thrive in a particular habitat. Snakes like cobras and rat snakes. So when people ask me, are the snake numbers dropping? Just as when people ask me, is there a particular season when you see more snakes? Is there a particular season when you see less snakes? It's more complicated than that, you know. You still find so many snakes in Goa. So many rescuers cut their hands so full. I still get so many calls. So there's a lot of different snakes. I mean, a lot of snakes in Goa. What's changing, obviously, is if you cut away a particular kind of habitat and replace it with another kind of habitat, then you've changed the species list. So that is happening for sure. Is something you would want to elaborate on that, Aaron? Would you?
So the Western Ghats have a pretty high biodiversity, but it's not just that, it's high endemicity as well. So you have several species like the shield tails. You have pretty much endemicity restricted almost to mountain heads. So they're little islands in like a sea of, valleys. So a lot of these hill-dwelling species like shield tails, I spoke about the coral snakes. So you have one that's endemic to kind of northern Karnataka and Goa, the one I kind of mentioned. There's a huge bunch of other sort of, litter snakes, etc., that you find in these forests, pit vipers, that you find in certain parts of the Western Ghats. So they depend on a very narrow niche. And as Rahul was saying, any change in the habitat, even from, say, a mixed moist deciduous forest to kaju plantations, will annihilate all these super specialists and make it open to other general species that are doing very well, like Russell's vipers, pythons. Ben Hale is in the crowd over here. He keeps finding Russell's vipers every other day, cobras. They're doing well. So people say, oh, because they're cutting the forest, they're coming into our house. But no, they're doing well because of you.
Yeah,
I had a question.
Sure.
How did your fascination with snakes begin?
Yeah, I can't remember a time when I was not fascinated with snakes. Apparently when I was, I grew up on a farm in Walpo, in a remote region of Goa, in a village of Hivrem. And my mother says at the time I was not afraid of, I was afraid of chickens and I was afraid of dogs and things like that because I felt that they had mouths. But the explanation I gave her was that snakes are like tubes and that they can do no harm, they can't do anything to you. So much to her horror, every time there would be a snake, she said that, I don't remember this part of it, but I would be hobbling on all fours after it. But really, like I remember when Claude and Mama would take us out on like when it was vacation time, summer vacation time, and we would go to Ahmedabad or we would go to the Pune Snake Park. We would go to Pune. The highlight would be to go to a snake park and like what we did today, out there handling snakes. So there's always some placid rat snake that you can handle, and it was a huge thing, and always fascinated. So I don't know why, but I knew it was there, and my brothers were in on it too. But the turning moment for me was when I was about 13. Claude promised me, he said, if you do really well, this is when we had gone to the Pune Snake Park, and it's quite an amazing thing. If you've gone to a snake park, the snake handlers getting into the snake pits, if you've seen that, they just get in and these pits are full of snakes, you know, and this guy is sorting through cobras like he's sorting through like fabric, you know, and I was bowled over, you know, and Claude must have seen my eyes light up, and he said, why don't you take a year off after school, you know, I'll give you a year off if you do really well, and I got that year off. So I studied at the Pune Snake Park, which is a formal way of saying, you know, I went there and I was a pest, and everybody tolerated me, and you know, I was ragged also in the process because I was the youngest kid around. And I remember one day, they had a lot of fun at my expense. So they just give me this checkered keelback, and for a few snake handlers out here, you know what a checkered keelback is. And for the people who don't know it as a water snake, but it's a snake that bites for sure, 100%. And it's the first snake they gave me to handle, and they gave me a massive one, and they said, hold on to it, and they said, don't drop it. And I was getting bitten left, right, and center on that arm, and I was jumping and moving around, but I didn't let it go because I felt if I dropped it, they'll send me back home, you know. And so when you get bitten by a non-venomous snake, something changes. You lose that irrational fear you have of snakes, you know. Because until then, you don't know what it is like, really. You just don't know. A snake is a completely different animal. It is so deep in our psyche. Apparently, there's 3 fears we really have, 3 or 4 fears, I guess. Fear of the dark, obviously, because when we are up in the trees, you know, I mean, or like there could be a leopard hunting us. Fear of falling, because we were in the trees, and you fall from the trees, it's not a pretty sight. And fear of snakes. I don't know whether it's a fear, but it's a predisposition to fear, you know. And so this is the thing that's very interesting. When you have a child, a young kid, and I've done many handling sessions, where these educational programs where we would bring snakes, and like this, like where you would handle a snake and get over your fear. You look at the kids, they have mixed feelings. They don't know what to think about it. So, but if they see a parent flinch, then they pick up the fear, you know. And when you get bitten by that snake, then you get bitten by a non-venomous snake, that fear goes off. You know, if something changes, you realize it's just a bite. That's it. It hurts, and I've had all kinds of crazy bites. I mean, some of them take a long time to heal. These are all non-venomous snakes, not venomous snakes. Yeah? So, and eventually I got a chance, after studying at the Pune Snake Park for about 2 months, I got a chance to go and work study at the Madras Crocodile Bank. Some of you might have been there. There's this tribe there, the Irula tribe, incredible. So I learned snake handling from an Irula who didn't speak a word of English, and I didn't speak a word of Tamil. So I learned the entire art of snake handling, I mean the skill of snake handling with sign language, you know. Now, if you go out with them, if you get a chance and you go there, you go into the field, it's incredible. They see the prints of the snakes, they'll follow them to their burrow. Looking at the print, they can tell you whether the snake's gone in or whether it's already out. They can tell you which snake is in there. And using nothing but a crowbar, they will dig it out, and if it's a venomous snake, they bring it to the venom extraction center where the venom is extracted, and eventually the snake is released back into the wild. So I didn't get to the level where I can track snakes, which is very disappointing for a lot of people in Goa, because till a few days ago somebody called me up for a snake, and he's like, "Isi line mein hai." And I said, "Isi line?" So I said, "You show it to me where it is." But this is the thing, people, when you go to rescue a snake, people don't just expect you to handle it, but they expect you to be able to see it, have this X-ray vision. I said I have a better chance of finding all the other snakes than that snake because it's surely gone. Yeah? So I didn't get to being able to track a snake, but handling a snake, that's the skill of that I learned from them. Anything else?
I think there was a question right here.
Have you ever come across a category that can be called a friendly snake that you can make friends with and
A category of friendly snakes.
Two-legged.
So, you know, I'm going to make like a distinction on certain, I mean, just the way I understand this terminology, or these certain words, because people sometimes use the word, they'll say dangerous, or that's not a dangerous snake. For me, none of the snakes are dangerous, period. Because for me, something that is dangerous is, first of all, at least have to actively come and seek you out and want to do harm to you, and for a good reason. I mean, for no reason, I would say, actually, not for a good reason. So if you define a dangerous animal in that way, then it doesn't qualify at all. You could have a snake 1 foot away from you. You could have pretty much any snake in the world, almost. And as long as you're not stepping on it, you're doing fine. It's not going to fly at you, it's not going to jump up at you. So when we're talking about, so I would say there's venomous snakes and non-venomous snakes. And if you're looking for that friendly snake, then we're looking for it obviously in the non-venomous category, I guess. In the non-venomous category, you have snakes behave in different ways. You can have checkered keelbacks, like we talked about. They start biting even before you're close enough. Yeah? They're already biting in the air. And then you have some like the earth boa, which if you, I mean, right from the beginning when you hold them, they very rarely, they don't do anything. And most often they just try to hide their head under their coils. So does a snake really want to be friends with us? So for it to be, I don't feel it really has an interest because they see things completely in a different way. I feel snakes find human beings pleasant at times, like if a snake is really cold, like say if it's in a bag and it's been in the cold, and you sit with it, it will be very happy to sit with you because it is warming itself. But eventually it's going to get warm enough and it's going to want to go away. Now if you think that over a period of time that, you know, you can call out its name and then it's going to fetch you a newspaper, that's not going to happen. Yeah? So, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, coming to this,
Yeah.
there's a lot of mixed stories about Russell vipers.
Yeah.
Who leap, and when you go for classes and sessions with experts, they will say that no snake jumps. But when you hear anecdotal stories of people being bitten, they say the Russell viper tends to jump or is more aggressive. And I think Goa has a lot of Russell viper snake bite. Can you just shed some light on this particular species? And is it
actually,
aggressive?
you remind me of something that's interesting about snakes, is how we perceive these things, you know. If you put a rat snake in that corner, then you go towards it, it is going to lunge towards you. It's got nowhere else to go. It's got two walls, I mean, on either side. There's only direction is towards you. It's the same snake in another environment might, because see, if the snake feels you're moving very quickly towards it, the strategy has to change, you know. So it may try to frighten you, but it's taking care to miss. Most of them are taking care to miss. Yeah, so they just want to frighten you. So it depends on the snake, first of all. The species of snake, it depends on the temperament, you know. You have different snakes, they have individual personalities. When I was handling these cobras in the Madras Crocodile Bank, they had 11 pots, okay, and they were doing research. They had raised these cobras from birth, okay, and I still remember this number, cobra number 11. That snake was like, almost like you know, it was always striking. And then they had another one, cobra number 4 or 2, I can't remember, super placid, raised from birth, then handled by the same handler. Completely different temperaments. Different temperaments even when it comes to their age. You know, when you look at an older cobra, especially the really old ones, they've seen so much life, they're not impressed by you, not impressed by anything. So you want it to get its hood up, and it'll get its hood up, and then it'll be like, just standing and looking at you. It hardly raises the hood. And then you have a small cobra, and that's like, oh my God, like, it's like just really like freaking out. This is what people don't see. They see a frightening snake. But if you look at the snake, you see pure fear in that young cobra's eyes, which is not there in a bigger animal. So when it comes to Russell's vipers, for me, snakes like Russell's vipers, the way I see it, because we tend to, what's the word, anthropomorphize it, so we see humans in them, that's the thing, human behavior. So if you look at a Russell's viper in that way, or you look at a python, they tend to look like irritable bankers at the end of the day, they're just like, I'm done, I just can't deal with this. So it feels like that. But ultimately, all the snakes are actually, I've never seen a snake really interested in wanting to come and do something vicious. They're always trying to find a way away. It's just how they approach moving away. One snake will try to frighten you and then move away. Another snake just hides its claws. So the viper is not, it's not that they want to bite, it's what's happening when people are walking around in the dark barefoot, there is a big difference between the fear of snakes and the danger. The fear is the irrational part. The danger, if you have snakes all around you, it's not dangerous. But it's the snake you don't see when you're walking around outside your house, and it could be getting out of your house to get to your garage and there's no light. In the daytime, you say there's nothing there. It's just concrete. But in the nighttime, if there's a snake there, what do you think is going to happen? You think because you're walking towards it, it'll pick your vibrations and move out of the way. And some of them don't. They just freeze and they think that they can't be seen, and that's exactly why you'll step on it. And when you put 60, 70 kilos of weight on a snake's spine, you are killing it. It has to swing around and bite. And that's the reason sea snakes, being very venomous, one of the main reasons I believe we don't get bitten by them is because in the water we are essentially weightless. We don't put any weight on them. So when you look at a snake being friendly or a snake wanting to bite, there's so much more. Like if you try to figure out, are they aggressive? I don't use that word at all. Not a single snake ever found to be aggressive. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
Generally speaking, like in the last 1 or 2 decades, we've seen that there's a lot of invasive species taking over the scape. And in the plant kingdom, you can see lantana camera popping up everywhere. In the fish kingdom, you can see that the so-called tigur is growing big in size. Is there something scary happening in the snake world like this? Like interference due to human...
I wouldn't say it's scary, I actually enjoy snakes being around. So the more snakes that are around, and I don't see any of them as, I don't have that judgment of snakes that, I believe there are a lot more cobras around people's houses, and I love it. They're such beautiful animals when you see them.
I've noticed that the number of pythons has just gone from, I don't know, any random moment you'll see a python crossing the road. You go to the field, you'll see a python. You go to a beach, on the way you'll see a python. Even here in Goa University on the campus, you could see pythons after pythons after pythons.
Yeah.
Like what is happening?
Which is brilliant. When they're gone, you will miss them. That's the way I would say. It's much better to have them than to have too many of them. Those pythons are a reflection of how much garbage is thrown out. You get away the garbage because there's so many massive rats around, so they're actually helping us find some sense with the garbage, Because if you didn't have those pythons, you'd just be overrun with rats, and then it's back to the bubonic plague and all those kind of things. So not really a threat. I don't see it as a threat. I don't feel judgmental about it, that, oh, these snakes shouldn't be there. They are there, and these things are constantly changing, and they're beyond us. That's the way I see it. Yeah?
Thank you.
I think we're almost done, but maybe.
I think we're almost out of time. There's probably be time for one more question, and then we will.
You talked of extraction of venom from the snake. Does it harm the snake after it's extracted?
So it all depends on how the snake. It's an art, right? Like anything. So you have to pin the snake down, and then you have to hold it behind the jaw muscles, and then you have to get it to bite into a cup. Obviously, the snake is not excited about this. I mean, if the snake thinks it's being like, it bites out of that fear. But it's the only way to really make this anti-venom. There's no other way. Now, apparently, sometimes when people are, some snake handlers, when they're trying to get the venom, they will try to squeeze the venom glands, but that's the tricky thing, because if you do that, you can end up with traces of blood in the venom, and then that ruins the quality of the venom. So ideally, so it's really the hand of the snake handler who is extracting, really the care. And you can see the difference in Goa also with different snake handlers, different styles completely. Like many of them want to jump and dance and show it to be this way, and then they'll hold it that way, and then for many of us, we just want to see it go into the bag, So what's the minimum amount you need to do to get that venom? And it's going to vary from one snake handler to the other, but definitely not something like I said, the snake does willingly. You still have to put it through that. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Rahul. This was fascinating, and I know we could have stories for another hour, but they're all in this book. And I urge you to purchase a copy and get Rahul to sign it for you outside here in the lobby. So thank you very much. It was fascinating.
Thank you, Aaron, as well. With that, we end today's sessions of GALF. I hope to see you all here tomorrow. I think we start at 9 tomorrow in Aboli. Thank you. Good night.